Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, August the 13th. My name is Barry Haynerson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Starkey. You guys can hear me and see my screen in the main room, just looking for a conference. Thank you very much, Pepe, and our YouTube room also. So we're good to go, both rooms. So yeah, I see this XHG, some kind of a merger or buying some. First of all, look at the float, 1.5 million in the float, 26 million it traded. Some kind of a letter or announces a non-binding letter of intent to acquire a Hong Kong-based AI technology company. Non-binding, okay? So there's your news. Big pop, up to $18, back down to $6, still up 500%. And it's all about the float, of course. And this one is really all about the float. FGI actually is an earnings play too. Look at that float, 540,000 in the float, 31 million have traded. We have it as an earnings play after hours, or released after hours. Looks like it must be. So FGI, I don't know what they said, beats Q2 earnings estimates. They didn't lose as much as anybody thought, most thought, I suppose. So anyway, that is. Am I shorting CLBT? I did see your post. I do see CLBT as an earnings play down 31% right now. Let's see. I also see StubHub down 22%. That's another earnings play. So there's CLBT. Let's see. Monthly chart. So we're at 1050 now. That low right, let me move this out of the way a bit. So that low, there's a low of 899, 891. There's a low of 1025. There's a low of 1042. There's a low of 10. So right now at 1049, there could be some support in this area. Could be. So I'm not 100% sure about that one. If it takes that out, then at least on the monthly chart, the next low would be about 9. There's not a ton of room right now, in my opinion. I mean, it's already down 31%. Okay, was I wrong? Oh, I thought. Well, let's take a look at it a little more closely then. So they beat QT. Okay, consensus estimate a loss of 23 cents a share versus a loss of 60 cents a share. Revenues missed. Where does it say they actually made a profit here? I see a quarter ago, it was expected that this company would post a loss of 12 cents per share when it actually produced earnings of 39 cents a share. But that was a quarter ago. At any rate, I mean, it's all about the float, 540,000 in the float. Okay, sorry about that. What's going on with BNRG? BNRG, don't even see it here. I don't know. BNRG. StubHub, just want to bring your, I mean, StubHub, this is another earnings play, guys. Almost a lifetime low. StubHub's an earnings play down 21%. What sort of room does it have? So on a monthly chart, the next low is around 915. I'm sorry, we're at 548 maybe, 681. So 672. So that low right there is around 681. On the monthly chart, the next low is around 561. So on the monthly chart, anyway, there's room. But let's take a look at that weekly chart, 688. So yeah, I mean, it's obviously super weak. BNRG. Okay, let's take a look. I thought something wrong. I had my keyboard off. I said, oh no, I'm all hung up. My keyboard was off. BNRG. That's why I couldn't type. Um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's the volume's only 24,000. I don't know if maybe they did a reverse split. Ah, B. Okay, so Brenmer Energy becomes Bren X, expanding. So BNRG is halted due to pending news. So Brenmer, I mean, this is the news. I mean, I can't add anything more to it. Becomes Bren X. I would not call that Bren X. I'm. Oh, some of you will remember why I would not call that Bren X. It's too much like Brie X. Expanding beyond energy storage into. Okay, anyway, that's your news. Looks like it hasn't traded though since what time is it now? 9:06. Yeah, it looks like it just started to trade. So that's the news. CLBT, yeah. I mean, this. Wow, what a clobbering though. Take a look at some of the other big movers here. GXAI up 51% on probably no news. Actually, this might be. Was this an earnings play yesterday? We don't have an earnings date at all for it, but it does say. I'm just looking at my IB headline, and that was yesterday. Today's yeah, that was yesterday. So it must have been after hours. After hours, they released some earnings. Through the 200-day moving average. Obviously, on a weekly chart, has some room. 218. Actually, the next high is 139 on the weekly chart, but it got way above that in the pre-market. So yeah, it has to be watched. I mean, GXAI, fairly low float, 37 million have traded already. Just looking at SpaceX, I got very close to 150. Close out yesterday. What did it get? It actually did it hit 150, 149.60, and that was sort of the wall right there. So we might be due for a bit of a pullback today with SpaceX. What a run, though! I mean, fantastic for anybody who took it down here and almost a 50% move in how many days? One, two, three, 4 days. Well, 5 days, I guess. HPQ, is this an earnings play? No, it is not. It's strange we find something like this in this race. HPQ, Hewlett Packard. So it looks like the chip makers rising after China's Lenovo posts upbeat Q1 revenue. Okay, you got that. So my guess is that the SMH probably is strong. I'm going to take a look at the sectors, but yeah, SMH. Well, not really. It's just it's not. At least it's not down. Okay, guys, let's take a look at some of the other way. This is this an earnings play? Yeah, this is another earnings play. Securitize SECZZ. Okay, fairly new. Is this fairly new? Yeah, this is a fairly new. I don't know if this was a SPAC that turned into this or not, but it started trading as, or a symbol name change, started trading as SECZ back here, the week of July 6th. So not that long ago, actually. And it's an earnings play today and getting slapped down, all time low now. Hmm. And there are shorts available at Interactive Brokers, not 129,000. All right, guys. So let's see if there's any hope for this one. The only hope I can see is that it's still over the VWAP, and this one meaning XHG. So it's still hanging over the VWAP. Maybe that acts as support. Market is, oh, I forgot to look at my economic indicators. So give me a moment here, see if there's anything happening today. Give me one moment. All right, so let's see. So the initial jobless claims came in at 8:30. So I guess that might maybe that helped the market a bit. See what else is happening today. Yeah, we had a bunch of jobless claims information. So I think that might probably help the market. I don't see anything else. Barkin talking at the Fed, one of the presidents, Barkin talking at 8:40. What happened at 8:30? Right there at 8:30. So yeah, there was a spike up and down, and then the market moved from there. Monica, I'm waiting for one of those sub $1 stocks to go from 50 cents to $2. Okay, that's your job for today. Ah, all right, give me a moment. I'm going to have to do this thing with my tool that I use to put my text up and highlight things. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, let's take a look now. Another one, Curie here, Curi, Curi. If there's any, that's another earnings play. Some of these real cheap little earnings plays, guys. So another one that's up 26%, fading though, starting to fade. Okay, let's take a look at the sectors ahead of the 9:30 open. So I'm going to click on New from the toolbar and Dog Channel Bar. These are all theme-based channels. Click on the Show More, scroll down, and the sector status channel. Home builders leading the way this morning, top sector right now. And the worst sector, XLE, okay, not by much, but it is negative. Gold and silver a little bit negative. But the home builders are top sector right now in terms of the percentage change from yesterday's close. Now let's take a look at some of the individual sectors, see if there's anything really popping out here. Five, I don't know if five is a real, yeah. No, five is not an earnings play according to our provider. Carvana's been weak. Yeah, I mean, well, actually, Carvana's had a bit of a move since earnings. Yeah, it's had a bit of a move, but CVNA I'm talking about. I'm just looking for some really massive move. I can't see any massive moves. I have to go to the short side, see if there's anything, or the negative side, I guess. So here's one, TPR. Is this Tapestry? Yeah. So this is an earnings play. This is getting clobbered here, down 15%. TPR. Okay, so Tapestry, TPR, pretty big float, 201 million in the float. So this is getting hammered down on earnings. And if you saw that one, William, I'm sorry, I didn't see all your beats, misses. I saw the CLBT, but here's Tapestry, TPR. Yeah, I don't see any other one that's dramatic. Cost is this? Not, oh, it's not. Excuse me, not Costco. This is Cisco. So Cisco's pretty weak. The sector is strong. 80% of the stocks are up, but Cisco is an earnings play. CSCO is an earnings play, and it's down 6.8%. So Cisco is kind of weak. How about, I don't know if you looked at Cisco also, William, but this is the weakest stock in that sector, in the tech sector right now. Okay, let's get back to that one that's flying. You're talking about the DF. There you are, DFSC. DFSC, okay. Low float, 2.6 million in the float. Canadian company. Where are you out of? Ottawa, okay. So Cisco down, even though it's a beat raise. Interesting. Cisco probably has one, right? 356 is the next high on a weekly chart anyway for DFSC. Oh, I see. So it's not super cheap. Okay. Okay, here's another one. ARX. I'm just looking. Oh, this must be a buyout. Got to be a buyout when you see that flat lining. It's got to be a buyout. Yeah, soars on a $4 billion Toma Bravo take private deal, and they agreed to it. Not it's not hostile. So going private. Don't have to deal with pesky shareholders anymore. What a day this one had, this OFAL. I mean, it got as high as 379. Look where it closed, $1.30. So sold off. Well, that's a weekly chart, but having another little run today. It looked, I mean, it's obviously it's above the close, so that's why it looks it's up 26%. But remember what happened. I mean, it sold off and closed right at the low of the day. StubHub is actually having a little bit of a pop here, guys, a little bit of a bounce. STUB, yeah, through the VWAP now. It's an earnings play. All right, and you have trading RAM. You have Cobra or one of those short sellers, or one of those Cobra or Centerpoint or Trade Zero, because I think whoa. Oh, I thought there were 1.6 million shares available for me, but I've haven't clicked on it. Yeah, there's no way at Interactive Broker there are shorts available, and they're not. Oh, so this is actually an earnings play, a little earnings play. Okay, the DFSC. Okay, little earnings play. See, they only lost. So they lost 92 cents a share, but the last time it was 267, $2.67 a share. So the sales are a little bit up, but they're not losing as much money. Yeah, SpaceX is. I wonder if today there'll be well. I mean, there's a bit of a sell-off, not a huge one, but there's a bit of a sell-off right now. SpaceX's stock is now down about 1.5%. This is up 3%. Remember, if you think SpaceX is going to perhaps have a bit of a pullback today, you can buy this one. This is like shorting SpaceX by buying this, and you'll get double the move. I will cheer you guys on the TPR on the so 127.50 you're in. So it's 128.10. Are you out already? StubHub's having a nice bounce, guys. STUB is having a nice bounce. In fact, it's almost dropped off this list. Not quite. STUB having a. You mean the mechanisms? How it gets? I mean, I don't know the mechanism. I mean, it's just that these. So you've got Direxion, you've got Granite, you've got. So I don't know the mechanism of actually creating it, but it is a double. I mean, you'll see most of the long ones are doubles. You get double the move. But remember, if it moves down 1%, if SpaceX's stocks moves down, so I don't know how. The bottom line is, I'm not sure of the mechanism of how they actually do it, but they just do it. Yeah. So Yeti. Yeah. So you're talking about Yeti right now. So this is also an earnings play, isn't it? Yeti's an earnings play. YETI. Let's take a look here. $44. Next low, looking left. Oh, that's okay, Monica. You know I'm just sort of teasing you. You had such a great one yesterday. Anyway, it was not in the pre-market. It was I can't remember when it happened. Maybe an hour into the market, half an hour into the market. Okay, okay, I get you. It's hard sometimes, when it's all text. I'm telling you, SpaceX is having a nice little pullback now. See anything else here? Stocks that want to raise. XE, just wow. XE is popping here, guys. X Energy. It's another little earning. Well, not so little. 105 million in the float. It's an earnings play. XE is an earnings play. No, I didn't. I didn't trade it at all. Had there been maybe an ETF for it, I might have, but no. By the way, you made a great call yesterday on the Meta. You said that it was due for a bounce, and it certainly did. XE though, guys, yeah. What's the spread like right now? 20. It's 20 cents. Not great, but this is an earnings play coming right into a high here. All right, guys, we've got about 30 seconds to the 9:30 open, so let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. 2317. Wow, that is right at that's the high right there. 2317, and it's basically right there. You can see that was last week's high. Next is 24. So there is some room on a weekly chart for XE. $24, about a dollar to the next high in a weekly chart for XE. And we're open. Okay, guys, let me get rid of this. I forgot to show this. This works in the pre-market. This upside versus downside movers. It works in the pre-market. Should have had this one displayed also. Well, there's your DFSC. Wow. Through the 200-day moving average also. And is it going to get, I'm just going to say it was going to get halted because it wasn't moving. There's no way it cannot move. The one that got halted right on the open. So I think it actually got halted on the way up. And even though there's a big red candle here, I think it might have got halted on the way up. Well, let's take a look at this one. Okay, so I'm displaying this blue window here. This is nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, so please don't ask me for how. Where is it? Trade ideas. This is from Interactive Brokers. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's my halt price of 302 for DFSC. Potential. This column showing you the potential open area. Okay. Now, typically these halts are 5 minutes long. So if it is a 5 minute halt, it'll open at 9:35. Excuse me, plus 37 seconds. And so if you're in this one right now, that's what you want to see. You want to see a number greater than the halt price. Here's William's favorite stock, SMCI. This is the 2 time long version of it. Boy, look at the room it's got on a monthly chart. Wow. Had earnings, think, well, I don't know why we don't have the earnings date here, but there's that NVIS continuing to make a move. Nebius Q2 outlook. Will Goldman's $35.5 billion revenue forecast overpower Jim Cramer's sell warning? Well, so you went long. You went long CLBT on a bounce, right? I see now it's under 10. Hey guys, we're getting closer to this potential open, and the price is still above. The potential open is still above that halt price. Another earnings play, Omer, guys, OMER. This is another earnings play. A little pop here on the open. And what is it looking like on a monthly chart? 1763. So it's a little bit above these highs. Again, it's early. I typically don't trade in the first 15. I'm going to have this one up there. So will I take this one? The only way I'll take it if it drops below that halt price. 21. So if it's a 10-minute halt, it'll open in about a 5-minute halt. It'll open in about 10 seconds. Have to see how it opens. DFSC. All right, just open. Yeah, so it didn't give me an opportunity. So it popped up to 340. Yeah, it did not give me an opportunity to get into this one the way I would have tried to. I mean, it's dropping now, but it would. Yeah, I just it's too whippy for me now. Let me put a price alert here though, 318, just in case. And FGI just got halted, guys. FGI just got halted on the way down. Okay. All right, let's take a look at daily trend reversals. FRMI, cheap one. Oh, it's an earnings play. Okay, so this is an earnings play. This could be. Is there? There are shares available for me. Fairly cheap. The next low looking left. Too close for me anyway. Just too close. 676 is just too close. If the next low were down here around 580, I'd be all over this one probably right now. Well, here's a cheap one. PRFX. Okay, PRFX. This is a reversal, but again, look at the next high. Too close for me anyway. Another cheap one. MOBX. You know what? I've talked about this in the pre-market. Look how well the XHG held the VWAP. Look at that, held the VWAP, and it just got halted. And this could be a monster open. I mean, this hit 18 something in the pre-market. It's all about some kind of a non-binding merger with an AI company, Hong Kong AI company. Let's see where it could open. So here's my halt, 723 for XHG. Potential opens above that 723. Yeah, after that initial looked like this buy was selling off at the beginning, but yeah, nice big move. I mean, I suppose if this can come back and get over three again, it might give us an opportunity. I'm talking about the DFSC. I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything interesting happening. SpaceX is doing its thing again in terms of being. There's the MOBEX or MOBEX. Okay, is this an earnings play? Not an earnings play. MOBX. But I didn't like it because of the highs right over here. I mean, I just don't it doesn't have enough room for me. Doesn't mean just because there are highs here, it's going to stop there. But that's just the way I look at things. I look at this and I think, well, I'd rather have something that has a clear potential run Okay, Galaxy. How about this Galaxy GLXY? Wow, on the move here. Um, over yesterday's high now. The next high looking left, 2264. A little bit of room then. I won't take it, of course, now because it's just gone ballistic. Well, that got ugly. Oh, FGI, remember, got halted on the way up, but that really got ugly. This is the one I'm interested in. See how this one opens. This could get interesting, guys, if it gets over three again. Okay, the DFSC. Wish it hadn't pulled back so much, but it could get interesting again because it still has some room to run. One moment, please. I missed this one, guys. I was trying to get this. I was trying to get into that CLBT on a short. Trying to get it at 89, and it kept moving down a little bit, penny by penny, and I just didn't want to chase it. All right, so I did. Okay, so the CLBT did briefly. Well, it's got over three now. The pullback bothers me a little bit, but it's got room. Well, you know what? I haven't even looked at what our AI is doing today. Wow, nice so far. Nice short on this one. IDR, is this an earnings play? IDR is not an earnings play. It's coming up, but not a great spread though. Almost a dollar spread. Oh, look at the DFSC. It didn't take it. This is going to get halted again, guys. There's no way it's going to stay there, so it's going to get halted again. Wow. I'm not sure why I didn't take it. I think it was just because of that big pullback. It kind of, if it hadn't had that such a big pullback right here, I almost for sure would have taken some and seen what would happen. It would have been awesome because now we're halted at 357. The next high in a monthly chart, so it still has room to go on a monthly chart. On a weekly chart, maybe not quite as much. Yeah, on a weekly chart about 425. So STEM is showing up here on the reversal scanner. It is an earnings play. The problem right now is that 707 is the next high looking left on a weekly daily chart somewhere. So I'm going to put a price right around there and see if it takes it out. If it does take it out, then on the weekly chart at least, there's room to 821. So I'm going to keep an eye on the stem. Ooh. I'm probably going to watch the CLBT just drift all the down, down, down. Oh man, I wish there was more room for this PRFX. I mean, it's holding nicely over a dollar, still underneath the VWAP, but just for me, it just doesn't have enough room. So Intel, the stock itself, is up at least 4.25%. This is you can play it if you wanted to buy this one, a lot cheaper than I'm sure buying Intel, INTC. Well, I've seen the two timers, PJ. Yeah, I know Envis has had a nice move. Wow, look at the SPY. Yeah, all time high now again. Another one, another ORCU, two time for Oracle, ORCL. So Oracle, the stock is up 3.2%. Is this Netflix? Yeah, so this is Netflix. Boy, everything's ripping here. NFLX, sorry, NFXL. You can, not a lot of volume, but the spread is great. Another two time where you buy this one. Hmm. So this actually resumed on the way down. All right. Well, I'm not going to beat myself up too much then. Another little earnings play, guys. MXCT, okay, and coming right into a monthly high. The next monthly high is 159. Too bad, just too close. I'm just looking for something that has a lot of potential to move without hitting a daily high or a weekly high or a monthly high. Just looking for some continuation in any one of these. I'm just not seeing it yet. The Iran, I keep seeing it over and over and over again, guys. Sort of a crypto play, I guess. Not an earnings play. Let's see if there's any actual news. Iran gains on Microsoft deployment. NVDA cloud milestone. Said its first AI cloud deployment for Microsoft had been delivered and accepted. And that's for the Iran, IREN. I doubt if I have shorts available. Yeah, actually, there are shorts available on this one. CEPL looks like it started trading as CEPL last month. This could have been a SPAC that turned into it or a symbol name change. I don't really know. Though it's an earnings play, I guess it could be a symbol name change. Typically, a company won't release earnings within 2 months of going public. You guys have been talking about rum. Is it not an earnings play? August 10th had earnings. I looked at that one earlier, the ARX. Oh, that's right. It's a buyout. Okay, it's a buyout. That's why it's flatlining. Their company's been taken private, or it's going private. Okay, so that's why it's a buyout. Okay, here's another one. DFDV. This is another really well. It's not crazy low. It's low earnings play. 24 million in the flow. Not a lot of volume yet. Oh, another one. Look at this one go, guys. MXCT. Another little earnings play. Just ripping here. Shortable for me in case it just runs out of steam. I mean, it's coming into potentially some resistance. Okay. You look at the monthly chart. It's I typically don't short stocks this cheap, but I'm looking for something to do. Yeah, it'd be interesting to short this one, the CEPL, but I don't like the spread. And again, I don't have a handle on what really has happened on this one. It's an earnings play today. All right, so Climb Bio, all time high. Climbing higher, guys. Yeah, all time high for CLYM. I am interested in this one. It's an AI play from us, all time high. 1501, 1508 on the bid ask. I'm going to put a price alert around 1514. I want to see if it can hold 15. Not a lot of volume, 240,000 shares. That's it. It's three times normal, but it's an all time high. Whew. I mean, the spread is not great, oh 06, 15, not great, but it's certainly interesting because it's such an all time high. I know it triggered, but the spread is still it's 1508, 1515 right now. All right, what the heck? Take some. Got a decent fill on it on the CLYM. All right, guys. So I have that one thumbnail on my other monitor, so I keep an eye on it, see what's happening. I'm going to see what's happening with it. That's the CLYM. Big rippage in this market. Yeah, I mean, I guess what some numbers came in at 8:30. I guess the market kind of liked them. You're in. Well, I know you play bounces, William. I saw this JD's an earnings play. Okay, I saw this JD in the scroll over and over again. All right, guys, 10:01. So I'm going to go over my homepage right now and show you the information you can find on my homepage, including all of the scans, etc., that I am sharing. They're not all scans. Some of them are races, but I don't know if there's anybody in YouTube, but I'll put the link in there. All right. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You're going to see how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas if you want to. You can use this promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter if you pick our premium service or our standard service. Okay. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Whatever it is, it'll change from time to time. Why? Company tracks the use of these promo codes. So if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the 2 rooms that I'm moderating free. So I'm moderating a YouTube room. So if you're in YouTube wondering about what other room, this is a way more active room, the trading room. It's also, and it's free. It's also open at around 7 o'clock. So if you, in the morning, obviously, 7 o'clock a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking to come into a room and interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room. I don't open it. William is opening it right now. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so it's a little early for me. So, but I get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15. Okay. And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. So if you're just taking out a subscription or you're thinking about it, click on the education section. So click on my homepage, click on the education section and the more info. Getting started with Trade Ideas. This is mandatory that you do this if you're taking out a subscription. 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have the product and you're wondering about it, it's not necessarily for everybody. So what I would do is take a look at the second video, go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Try us for a month. You can always unsubscribe if you don't like it. Okay. And if you keep scrolling down, back to basics. This is for you if you are new to trading. 15 videos, all free if you're new to trading. Okay. And last, if you're looking for my scans and races, etc., click on my homepage link, middle section, and here they are. So this race, you can see this Vegas scanners from the start of the race. Upside versus downside movers right here. The daily trend reversals. So this is what you would see. Okay, the way the stock. Well, that worked out. That would have worked out nicely. 702, 673 now. This is the repeating version. This is the don't repeat. So I can go back in time and say, well, what happened from that first alert? It's only going to show me one time. I'll have the time and the price. And this is the repeating version. Okay. And that's the daily trend reversals. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. And halts resumes is down here. I do have other scans that I do not have up and running, but you can certainly take a look at them. Okay. Are you on the latest build? Sure. So I've seen some of the emails coming through, and it seems that it's something. Well, there might be a fix. Something to do with. Just give me a moment. It's not. It depends on your computer's configuration. Let me see if I can find out a little more information. Okay, you're on the latest build, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. For some, there is a problem, and I don't know, I don't know what it's something to do with uh, something within Microsoft. Doesn't affect everybody, obviously. I'm on the new build, and it's never affected me. But see if somebody answers me. Otherwise, what I would do if I don't get a quick answer, I would go to info@trade-ideas.com. Okay, and just explain what's happening. And I think that they're hopefully they'll help. No, it's nothing to do with RAM. It's something else. So not being able to launch. Okay, I hate to do this to you, but you're going to have to go to info@trade-ideas.com. Okay, and because that fix was like some couldn't even launch it. Okay, and that was the fix for that. What you're going through, I don't know. Well, this I know I saw. Ah, shoot, this is another earnings place, little earnings play, guys. Looked at this one a little earlier, and little earnings play, and doing great now. And this is from our AI also, 386 on the buy. So see, FGI came out of that halt, and it really went down, but now it's yeah, so it's halted again, I guess. High in the pre-market was way up here. We can't see it. No, I'm sorry, it was another one. I was thinking it was the XHG. Well, I thought the CLYM, it looked promising for a bit, and I thought, okay, we got into the 1520s, I think. Yeah, 1520. I thought maybe I'm going to give it a little more time. It's basically where I bought it. So just doesn't seem to have the the volume. I was a little reluctant because of the volume, but I got the fact that it was an all-time high. I thought, okay, maybe that'll get people interested. But I just took myself out of it, guys. I'll look at it a bit later if it gets back up to this 15, 14 level. But I took myself out of it. Frustrating. Okay, the next one is 455. 455 a couple of times on the highs for FFAI. Otherwise, I'd love to take this. It's a well. especially a little bit of a pullback, but we've got these highs that are so close. Whew. All right. How is this FFAI? Yeah, I wish, yeah, I know I repeat myself, but I mean, I just look left, and if I see a next high too close to the current price, I'm just not going to take the trade. It's funny. I'm not seeing too many of the company ETFs in here anymore. Used to see a lot of them in this daily, especially Met You when it was going crazy. Well, that was the one for sure. FRMI, there were plenty of shorts available, 6 million available for me. FRMI, I had an alert at 702, 669 now. That was a short alert. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, I am back again. So I see the CLYM came right back up. Let me see what that bid ask looks like now. Well, it might be. It might be. I mean, it does it. Is it always? Of course not. But it might be. That's that's just what I do. You're talking about when I look left. Yes, it might be resistance. The next high. All right. Well, 1510, 1516 now on the bid ask for the CLYM. Wonder if that little pullback is. I took myself out of that trade for a small loss. I may get back in. It's just the volume. It needs more volume. Well, let's take a look at this Curie guy, CURI. I mean, this still has some room on a monthly chart, $5 on a monthly chart. Can't see anything when I look left, of course, on the weekly or the daily. So that's when I turn to my monthly chart to see where it could keep going. Um, yeah, I may regret it, but I don't know if I'm going to get back into this CLYM. I just don't like the absolute volume. may regret it at the end of the day if it, has that nice little surge, but I just don't like the absolute volume that's there. It's from our AI. Ooh, okay, now this is an earnings play. PESI is an earnings play. Excuse me. So the next one looking left, 17. A little pull up, little drop. Uh, Wave is orange. It's an earnings play. Obviously, reaction is not great so far. Has room underneath. What could go wrong? Got to get that bid catching up to the ask a little bit on the PESI, PESI. Come on, catch up. I'll just, I'm in it, okay, but I need this. I need this ask to catch up to that bid. It wasn't that bad when I took the short. Okay, we have a halt here at PSQH. Sorry, PSQ. Yeah, PSQH. Yes, I'm right. Big pop here. The volume is putrid right now, but I'm sure it'll pick up. PSQH. All the volume just came in. Excuse me, and it's low float, 2.7 million. Low volume right now. Let's see what happens when it opens. New York stock. So sometimes I don't. You don't. It seems the Nasdaq stocks give a better idea about where a stock could open. What do they do? Information. Let's see. Profile. They're engaged in the technology-based marketplace. Okay. Shopify is on the move here, guys. Not an earnings play. Boy, it's well, it was earnings a few days ago, and it's a held the gains. Held the gains. Well, one big Yahoo finally. Okay, Pessy, move down. See, over and over and over again. I want to see that over and over again. Oops. Just for you, Grumpy. Just for you. Put it right at the mic. All right, go, go, go. That's what I was. It still has to catch up. Okay, 1860. I mean, that's a terrible spread, right? It was not like that when I got in, but one more catch up, and I'll probably cover some. I could probably even hit the mid, and then right from this scan right there, guys. Okay, I've just covered some of this PESI. I love going short on stocks even when the market is ripping. You know, it is not ripping though. Is SpaceX. That's the nice thing about it's not showing right now, but with IB, you can sticking it in between the bid and ask, and you can get it. You many times you'll get a fill. All right, what's next? Boy, oh boy, there's nobody talking on YouTube, guys. Again, I'm seriously thinking about not doing it anymore. I mean, it's just sort of seems to be kind of a waste of time. No, don't go back. Don't go back, Faith. Ion Q, Ion Q. This is not an earnings play through the 200-day moving average today. Ion Q, but most stocks are going to probably look. I mean, with the SPY ripping like it is. Um, okay, guys, I am just kind of biding my time right now. I want to see if this Pezzi can. I mean, I if wow, 8 now now the spread is tightening up 18.11, 18.18. Okay, tightening up a bit more. Can it get through 18? I mean, there's the daily low right there. No, wrong stock, of course. Let me get the Pezzi, PESI. And so, yeah, that was the attraction for me. Okay, when I looked left, ton of room, ton of room. But that whole number might be holding it now. Interesting that Facebook or Meta is falling a little bit as the market keeps surging higher. Okay, how is this P? Oh boy, look at that one. 518 on the alert. Now I think the oh, it got halted, right? Yeah, it did get halted. So it resumed. So it got halted at 514. Is probably yeah, it pulled back too much. So what I'm talking about is sometimes how I'll play something on the first halt, only on its first halt. Ow. Look at see how the volume completely and utterly picked up, guys? I mean, the volume was nothing. Now it's 1.5 million for the PSQH. See if there's any news on this one. Announces the closing of a private investment in public equity financing. So they're desperate for money, raising $1.3 million. Interesting. Look at Meta. I mean, I'm looking at MetU right now. Okay, I would have assumed that, but that's a pretty big bar right now. So Meta, the stock is now falling a bit, and yet the SPY is still rising. Now Curie is coming right back down. Okay, there was the original alert price from our AI 386. It was a great alert. I mean, before it pulled back, got up to 431. All right, so this cheap one, this PRFX. Okay, now PRFX, what's the float? 2.9 million in the float, a ton of volume. I mean, these little highs may not matter, but look at that. Got into the VWAP right there. That purple line on my chart, that's the VWAP. So it got into the VWAP so far, acting as resistance. FGI resumed. You know what I haven't seen for a while, William and others, is one of these earnings plays. Usually have to be maybe a little more expensive. They just, they start off, they're already down in the pre-market, and then they just keep going down in the market. I mean, maybe not all day, but for hours, several hours. I haven't seen one like that for a while. Okay, guys. So Curie just got over 4 again, or it's just hanging at 4 right now. It's had the pullback. The VWAP is around 395. So will that act as solid support? Let's take a look at the sectors now, guys. I'm going to click on New from the toolbar and then Dock Channel Bar. And these are all the theme-based channels that we've got. Click on the Show More at the bottom here, the Sector Status channel. See if anything is dramatically changed. XX. Yeah, so when we looked at this in the pre-market, home builders, XHB was the top sector. SMH, top sector, not going crazy or anything. And let's take a look at the worst sector, probably XLE. Or silver and gold, there's XLE. So nothing really dramatic. Okay. But now let's take a look at some of these. If I dive into some of these major sectors that we've got here, so technology. So for right now, Western Digital is the top tech one in terms of what it's done since yesterday's close. What's the worst one? Yeah, there. I mean, there's a Cisco still weak, still weak. I mean, it has recovered, but it is still weak. And, this is a sector that's very strong today. Communications, Netflix is strong. We saw that ETF. Or what's the weakest one? Nothing really out of the ordinary. So all I'm doing, I'm just checking out to see what the top one is and what the bottom one is. Wow, look at Dillard's DDS. It's another earnings play. DDS. Are you kidding me? That's all the volume. 37,000. $590 stock, and it's only traded 37,000 shares, and it's an earnings play. That doesn't seem to make any sense to me. Anyway, that's a way in which some of you might use trade ideas. Just going to this channel and checking out the top stock in a sector, the weakest stock in a sector, and maybe figuring out a way to trade them. You don't have to go look at every sector. Maybe you've got a couple of favorite sectors and just take a look at them and see. I mean, a lot of these are pretty expensive stocks, but all you have to do is maybe search if you don't want to. I mean, there's probably an ETF or AAP, a company ETF, probably. Though, oh, I thought it was $550. It's only $55. Do I ever re-enter? Sometimes. I mean, I'm not against it. Once I make a good profit on a stock, do I ever re-enter? If it sets up again, sure. I'm still kind of looking at the CLOIM. I mean, I took a little loss on it on the first time. Still kind of watching it. I just don't like. I mean, the volume is picking up a little bit, but not. I wish it were trading a lot more. See how the relative volume is starting to slide down. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Actually, I'm not sorry about that. It was my wife. I've got it. I enjoy talking to my wife. Okay, MSGY. Is this one going to do something? Okay, I've got to pay attention to this one. Look at the room this was got. This one has. This of course went crazy yesterday or 2 days ago. Got up to 589. Closed down here. Um, wow. I mean, a low float, 807,000 in the float. Not a ton of volume yet. Spread is not fabulous, but it's not horrible. Boy, this is really tempting. It's over the VWAP. So today, I actually got up to 372 pre-market, I guess, at 6 o'clock. Got up to 370 in the pre-market. And now look, though, it just had that little dive here. I'm gonna have to put a price alert maybe around the 313 mark. See if it gets back up there. Traders are going to be looking at this, what happened 2 days ago. Well, doesn't count. I mean, I thought about it, but I just didn't do it. This is this CEPL on the short. Ah, and 640 now. I mean, it's an awesome move. Spread is only a nickel. So anyway, I got to keep an eye on this MSGY and see if it gets back over that 3 level, firms up, and then has a run. I love the positivity from you, Juan. Got to keep an eye on this MSGY. Okay, just got to keep an eye on it, just because of all the room it's got. Okay, guys, Curie looks really interesting. I mean, it held the VWAP. Okay, it held the VWAP area. It looks like it might want to have another little move in it, new move and store in it. It's got it's held for the high up here is 431. So there's a little bit of room. Maybe it just gets stalled there, but it does have a lot more room on the weekly and the monthly. I do believe $5. Yes. Well, even my threats to shut to shut down YouTube has not sparked any comments at all. So RVII, okay, this is an IPO today. RVII, is this an IPO today? Robinhood's second venture fund debuts, drawing retail money into private markets. Goes public Company raises 225 million. So yeah, it's an IPO today. RVII. Morning. Okay. Lucky the King 8827. Wanted to see if anybody. I mean, I know I can check to see if anybody's there, but remember, guys, both rooms are trading rooms, but they are also support rooms. You can ask me questions all day long. The problem with shutting down YouTube is that when somebody takes over for me at noon, I know. Ooh, yeah. So look at the FFI. Remember, I didn't take it because I looked left and I thought there might be too much resistance. And it's not necessarily just because I look left that there's going to be that resistance. So it tore through that. So we had the alert at 438, got up to 466 so far. Okay, guys. Well, on the SPY, anyway, we're getting a couple of red candles or red bars. Okay, a couple of them. Let's see if this. MSGY just got back over 3. Ah, can't buy it. You this is not tradable for me at Interactive Brokers. They won't let me buy it. Probably should have asked Monica earlier. Darn. I mean, look, it looks like it's going to rip. I sort of remember now. Okay, so did you do, just to try to help you a little bit, Lucky? Did you take a look at those videos? Okay, when I talk about, just give me a moment. So if you click on my homepage link, and you go to the education section, just give me a moment as I scroll down. Education section right here. Click on the more info. And if you haven't done this yet, please do it, okay? They're getting started with trade ideas. You may not have to do the login, but 12 short videos to get you started. If you haven't done this yet, it's almost, well, not almost, it's mandatory you do this. It's like any other software program. There's a bit of a learning curve. And what we try to do with these short videos is to get you started. So I don't know if you've done that already. Well, the spread must have widened then because it wasn't that bad for the MSGY. Also, are you new to trading? If you're new to trading, oh, you did for sure. Are you new to trading? Talking to Lucky in our YouTube room. Are you new to trading also? Because if you're new to trading, you are. Wow. Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, you probably have to look at the back to basics also. These 15 free videos. Trade Ideas is a fantastic program, but it does require some trading knowledge. You can. What I would do is I would also practice using our simulator. You can click on New from the toolbar and click on Brokerage Plus. and I'm going to get, it'll pop up. I'm going to get an error message, I'm sure. Yeah, you won't, but this is our this is our simulator, okay? And you can practice trading. Okay, so you're already using the simulator. Okay, well, that's you have to do that. I mean, if you're not used to trading, you really have to do that. Okay, got to keep an eye on this Curie, guys. CURI. I mean, it's hanging tough over that 4 level. Maybe I'll put a price alert around 414. May get it running again. It's not a well, it's not a high float, but it's not a low float. Oh man, man, oh man, oh man. So yeah, I look left. Doesn't mean it's going to stall there. Okay, I mean, it's the way I look at things, but it doesn't mean it's going to stall there. And of course, FFAI didn't take it because I thought that you get the alert at 438. I looked left, and there were some at 450. To me, looked like there were not look like. And you look at the daily chart, looked like it could have got blocked right there. Not even close. Not even close. And now this is just severe rippage on this thing. Look at the volume coming in. But will I change my style? No, because this one ripped through. No, but it's a little hard to see. Watch, you got this. Maybe Monica will tell me that it's not available to trade at Interactive Brokers. Then I won't feel so bad, or Burks. Maybe we can't trade this at Interactive Brokers. Ah, it's tradable. Okay. Love this scan though. I just love it. I'm using it like a watch list. I don't use a 1 minute time frame. Okay. The question from the YouTube room. I don't use a 1 minute. You can see my lowest is 5, and there was a longest time where my lowest was 15. I don't use a 1 minute time frame. I just find it's too. If you're new to trading, look. I'm not going to. A 1 minute time frame, things can get very whippy. But I'm more comfortable. If I only had one time frame to use, it'd be a toss up. Maybe I would split the difference between the 5 and the 15 and go to a 10 if I could only use one time frame. Not including these ones, okay? I mean the weekly, daily, monthly, or more to see where a stock could go. When I first started trading a long time ago, I used a 2 minute time frame, and that was it. And but I find the 15. I mean, the 15 is pretty awesome, really. Oh, I'm glad I did not get into that CLYM again. The FGI, maybe another new high here, guys. And you can see it's leading this race. Speaking of that, may as well go over this race and also, guys, I'm telling you, the upside versus downside movers, I think, is a really, really nice little display of our data. Anything in green means it made a new high. Anything in red and for the day, anything in red, a new low of the day. It's basically taking two competing scans with very similar filters, similar price range, similar volume, etc. And then just looking with those filters in place, looking for stocks making a new high of the day versus the stocks making a new low of the day. That and it's sort of the old time ticker, but these are all real time alerts. But let's go over this race. So what does this 24% mean? So first of all, before I go over the race, and I think if you're starting out, a person starting out, I think it's not necessarily this race, but the concept that what it does is it creates a top 10 list for you automatically of stocks that you can follow all day long, rather than being distracted by all sorts of different alerts coming at you all day long. You can it'll create a top 10 list for you automatically. And before I go on, though, I want to just go over, show you on our user guide the information about racing. So if you click on my homepage link, and then you scroll down a little bit until you get to the education section, click on the more info, and a little bit down here, here's our user guide, and there's a whole section on stock racing right here, okay? So I'm going to go over it, but I'm not going to go over this, but I'm going to go over this race, but here is your reference, okay? So what does it mean here? Well, what does that 5% mean? Now I'm running a 4-minute race. Again, everything as in the user guide, you'll see everything is customizable. The fact that I'm running a 4-minute race, if you want to run a 5-minute race, a 10-minute race, a 2-minute race, go ahead. I chose 4 minutes a long time ago. Nothing magical about it. That's just what I chose. So what does this mean though? Okay, so that PSQH, that means that since the race started, and we're about a minute and a half into this race, this stock has moved the most, and now it just got supplanted by FGI. Okay, so you see something at the top here, click on it, see what's happening. And you can see, there's the percent move since the race started. SOS, whoa, SOS, this could be interesting. Monica, let's take a look at this one, just over the whole number. Pre-market, it got up to 114. So you see something that's leading a race, click on it, of course, see what's happening. They don't necessarily have to be at the high of the day. It could have been a stock that has actually pulled back, maybe into a level that you like, maybe to the VWAP, that's that purple line. Maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that you like. Maybe it pulled into it and then it's starting to pop off it. It doesn't, this is, the requirement doesn't have to be at the high of the day. It just means that it has to be moving the most. And I'm going to show you where you get this list. So you see anything in this list, I would click on it. Just see what's happening. Okay? You don't have to wait for the race to be over. Also, I would click on anything that's won a race before. See what's happening. So let's take a look at QC just out of curiosity. Okay, here's maybe a good example. Here's a stock that is pulling into the VWAP. It looks like it's trying to hold. Still at 15%. Okay, maybe it's trying to hold. Looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP, acting as support. So, if that is your style of trading, trading off that VWAP, acting as support, maybe you take the trade, put your stop a little bit below the VWAP, and see what happens. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just saying that is an idea, of course. Depends on your style of trading. Let's take a look at awful. This awful OFAL. I mean, it's trading below the VWAP now. But another one, maybe it was hanging tough on the VWAP. But you won't know until you click on it. You just got to click on these symbols and see what it looks like on the charts. But here is a top 10 list built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So number one position, FGI has won 10 races. And it's just won the last race. So now it's won 11 races. So these stocks are going to be very active all day long. Any stock that's won a bunch of races is going to be very active. But why are these stocks showing up? Why are they in this list? So please listen carefully. All races start from a top list window. If I right click in the body of the race, notice there's an option that says open top list. And it's pretty full. So this race is based on this top list window. Notice if I right click on the top list, there's an option that says launch the real-time stock race. So all races start from a top list window. So why are these stocks showing up though in this top list window? Well, if I right click in the body of this top list and click on the configure, this is what I'm looking for. Click on the summary. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Volume has to be at least 200,000 shares and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. If a stock meets those filter requirements, it's going to be in this list of stocks. And what I've done is I've sorted on the change from the close. That little C%, that's the change from the close. And when I've sorted on it, FGI is up 152% from yesterday's close. Curie, 44%, etc., all the way down. I could sort on the change from the open. All I have to do, as long as I have the column header, I can sort on it, and you just double left click. So now the change from the open. So since it's opening trade, FGI has moved 38%. So a top list can still be used in this fashion. If you want to see stocks that are up the most today or down the most today, up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 10 minutes, as long as you have the column header, you can click on it to sort it. So that's what I've done, the sorting on the change from the close. But this is the beauty of the race. The race doesn't care where the stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most in this list of stocks. Percentage-wise, that's all it cares about. Now, you're probably going to see FGI and Curie and this one, all day long because, any stock that's up 147% is being actively followed all around the world. Okay, I mean that's why you're seeing this stock. But that doesn't mean though here, this has been a very active stock. XHLD, it's up 8% right now. But what if all of a sudden, it started to move? It's up 10%, 12%, 15%, moving up this list. How would you know? You don't have to stare at this list, though. All you have to do is have a race, and that's just going to show you in the race what stock is moving the most. Okay? Here's QMLS right here now. So hopefully it's starting to make sense that you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. So the fact that this is what I want to see, stocks between 1 and 50, you may look at that and go, I don't like that. Maybe you only want to see stocks between 50 cents and $10. Or maybe you want to see stocks between 100 and 1,000. You can create your own price range, of course. Maybe you want a different minimum volume. Maybe you don't care if the stock is up the most or up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Maybe you don't care. Or maybe you want to up that number. Or maybe if you have any experience trading, you want to add in a filter of your own. You can construct your own top list and then launch the race on it. You can even what we call symbol lists, watch lists. You might have a basket of stocks that you like to follow all day long, the same basket. Maybe there's 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow every single day. You can do that. You can create what we call a symbol list or a watch list, and then you attach it. You attach it to your top list window. Okay. And then it only looks at those stocks and you launch the race on that. Or maybe it's different stocks. Maybe you do some evening work and you say, you know what, I want to follow these stocks tomorrow. Make sure it's a big enough list. I want to follow maybe these 20 stocks tomorrow based on what they did today, and you run the race based on those stocks. Now, if you load my race right now, don't think you're doing something wrong, because you might load this race and say, well, wait a minute, how come I don't have this top 10 list? That's because if you load the race right now, it's 11 o'clock Eastern time. Your race will start to build your top 10 list from whenever you load it. Okay. So I loaded this about 4:30 my time. So what is that? 7:30 Eastern time. I think I loaded. The race will work in the pre-market. Now, if you take my race, you would have to make an adjustment. If you want, I can show you how you can make an adjustment so that it'll load, if assuming you're loading it before 9:30 Eastern time. Because when I put this on my homepage, at the beginning, I said, you know what, I only want to see this race once the 9:30 open happens. But I made a change and I said, you know what, I want the race to start whenever I load trade ideas, and I'm always, of course, loading it in the pre-market. So it'll work in the pre-market, of course, then during market hours, 9:30 to 4, and it'll also work in the post-market. Same thing with any of my scans. Okay, if you load this one, the daily trend reversals, you're not going to see everything that happened before 11 o'clock. You might see the last one on the long side and the last one on the short side, and that's it. So this one is could be interesting. So this is the what's the volume like? Pretty good, pretty good. Spread is okay. This is the two-time long for open the stock. So open the stock is up a little over 3%. This is double the move. It's a two-time long. But it really hasn't moved. We get the alert at 11:01, and it really hasn't moved since then. Yeah, so Richard is using my the I've got the gap continuation or reversal scan. I don't have it up and running, but it's one of the ones I'm sharing, and Richard likes that one though of all the ones that I'm sharing. I don't have it up and running. Doesn't mean it's bad. Of course, it doesn't mean it's bad, but what I've tried to do now for me is limit the number of scans that I've got. And actually, this is it. I mean, this is it, other than the AI, which I have on my other monitor. But other than that, this is it. I've decided that I just want to concentrate. And, for me, this is more like a watch list too. So if I'm really following some of these stocks, sure, I could have shorted the FRMI at 702 before it pulled up. That was a nice percentage move down to 671. But I could have been watching this and think, you know what? Maybe there's some support somewhere, and maybe I'm going to get a bounce out of it. In this case, sure, would have. So just so anything in yellow here is a suggestion to go short. Anything in powder blue is a suggestion to go long. But it doesn't mean that you have to all day long go in that direction. This is weird. I mean, this is almost like it's halted. Ooh, just give me a moment. Okay, disaster averted. Okay, guys, it's 11:08 and today's Thursday, so it's probably, I will check, but Steve Gomez will probably take over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And again, if you're sitting in YouTube right now, you don't have to wait for that time period. I know it's kind of billed as a question Q&A, but you can ask me questions all day long. If you're sitting in YouTube right now, believe me, I love the questions because it keeps me, well, engaged. If I'm doing something, if I'm in a trade that requires my, 100% attention, I'll let you know. But most of the time, that's not the case. Even if I'm in a trade, usually I can manage it and also answer questions at the same time. Yeah. So look at the SPY now, guys. So the SPY is having a drift down now, and the SPY is now down below the VWAP. Just looking at the SPY chart right there. Common question we get, and people you can get frustrated is with our charts. Okay, like why when I click on CIFG, why do they all change but the SPY doesn't? As an example, so just to let you know, it's pretty simple, but it's simple when you know, but not so simple when you don't know. So if I right click on the chart and go to properties, notice one of the options is symbol linking. So if symbol linking is checked, which I have on these 5 charts, that's why when I click on a symbol, they all change. But this, I don't want the SPY chart to change. So how do I, well, it's going to be pretty obvious if I right click and then click on the properties and I have symbol linking unchecked. That's probably why I have a 5-minute chart, Richard. Yeah, the 5-minute chart on the wave. You're asking me how, and then I haven't really talked about the wave too much in the last little while. Don't get too many questions about it. But if I start to see some weakness, if I'm really following the wave, and this is a bad example, of course, but let me see if I can find a better one. You see, the other race that I had, and I just don't want to. The other race was the large cap race, and the large cap race has, the wave works for, I think, better on the larger cap stocks. These stocks can be so whippy. Let me see if I can find anything that might. Because what I was going to try to show you, if I'm following the wave and it's blue, 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 and then I start to see a little bit of a downturn, but it's still blue. What I'll do is I would go to a lower time frame just to see if it's turned orange. Okay, if the downturn is starting to turn orange, probably the wave on the 15 is I don't follow it too much, but certainly on the 5, just don't have a good example because you guys have been talking about SanDisk. Well, maybe SanDisk will be a large cap stock. This must have a company ETF, right? Yeah, look at that 15-minute candle, as Grumpy is saying. I mean, that is a big, big move. They must have a company ETF. Well, you know what? Instead of guessing if they do, let's go to that website and see. See the problem there are some of them, and I'm going to let's take a look at SNDG. Well, that's definitely well, it's a batch, but still that's pretty good. I mean, it's a lot of volume. So what I'm see instead of trying to trade a stock that's over $1,000, you can buy this one. You'll get double the move. SanDisk, the stock is up over 10%. Okay, you'll get double the move with this. And you know what? This is shortable too for me at Interactive Broker. So if it starts to run out of steam, you could turn around and short this. There might be a short version. I don't really I don't really care that much as long as these long versions have shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. So I hope I'm not confusing people. So SNDK, there are so many now ETFs for specific companies. And the attraction typically is that instead of trying to trade SNDK, which is $1,000 stock, you could trade this one. It's an $8 stock. People get more attracted probably to this price range, and also if it keeps moving up, you'll get double the move. But if SanDisk the stock starts to move down 1%, this will move down 2%. So you just have to understand what this is, and there's plenty of volume. Spread is fine, like a penny. So it's fine. And you can see that it looks just like the chart, looks just like the SanDisk chart, the SNDK chart. So on the weekly chart for this, the next high is 940. So it still has a dollar to move if it wants to. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but and I wouldn't take the trade now. I mean, you'd be chasing it, but when you guys were first talking about it, you could have been looking at this and say, okay, here's a pullback, 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 and then maybe taking out the high right there, and you're in it. This has to be an ETF, SKDD. So yeah, this is of course that one. So the stock SKHY is going crazy. It's up 7%. But if you ever this is the example, okay, in which if you thought eventually that SKHY, the stock, was finally going to start moving down, you could buy this one, and that'd be like you're shorting it, if that makes sense. Okay, this is the short version. Now, here's the stock, SKHY, just ripping. This was an IPO last month. And there would be a long version of this also. So if which would be a lot cheaper than the 165. Guys, give me a moment. I'm just trying to rearrange something on my other monitor. So the CURI just didn't do it. You see, I put a price alert up in this area, that blue line, and I was waiting to see if I could get back up to 415, and it couldn't do it. Now, do I short this? Okay. I mean, it's underneath the VWAP now. It's an earnings play. And yes, it's up 40%, but it looks like it's trying to give it up. It's underneath the VWAP right now. There are a lot of shorts available. For me at Interactive Brokers anyway, a couple 100,000, so that's not an issue. But it's always it's still a very, very strong stock. It's an earnings play, so it's a little more dicey to try to short these. And obviously up here was the ideal situation. All right, Monica, what about NIVF? This is up. How much is it up? It's only up 6%. I'm just looking at this. Is the only scan. This is the only scan I've got here that has stocks under a dollar. But it's a 50-cent minimum. You guys have been talking about heart or healthcare triangle. Yeah, it's been. It's definitely been on the move from 137 up to 187. Yes, just not a lot, but the volume. What was the one yesterday? I can't remember the one yesterday that you pointed out, Monica. I can't remember what it was. And it ripped the BIVI. No, I don't think was it BIVI. I don't. No, it was something else. It was under a dollar. It wasn't BIVI. It was something. It was under a dollar, and it was up a huge percent already. Even though it was, and didn't hit a dollar. Then when it hit a dollar, and it still went crazy. I mean, it utterly collapsed at the end. I think it went underneath a dollar again. Maybe it started with an I. V Bio. Thank you, Canadian One. I knew there was an I in it. How's that? It was V Bio. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I mean this was a low of 19 cents. My goodness, 19 cents got up to $1.31, but it closed right back down to 23 cents. I mean that's almost disgusting. but you started to, I can't remember when you started talking about it. I think it was still under 50 cents because I wasn't seeing it here yet. It's pretty brutal though. Well, this is interesting. So this is the Korean ETF or the Korean, I guess, stock market. South Korea Bull 3 times ETF, 3 times. through the 200-day moving average. Good volume too. 17 million shares have traded. Good volume. Man, through the 200-day moving average also. This is I'll call this is the country ETF, I guess. Just waiting to see if this holds 22. I might have to take this one. Just I like the fact that it's through the 200-day moving average. Might have to take this one. See how well it holds over 22. Not a suggestion to do the same thing. Okay, just waiting to see if it reclaims 22. Little pullback. This is for the excuse me, KORU. So there's the pullback. So I'm going to put a price alert, say at 22.10, see if it gets back over 22.08. There's a little pullback right now. See if it reclaims. But it's sort of, well, I was going to say it's sort of sinking with the SPY, but not really. I mean, the SPY, it was moving, whereas the SPY now is starting to, it's giving up the VWAP. Labu and ALABD. These are the two. So the biotech must be falling. This is a 3-time. Semiconductor. Okay, so it's not really a country ETF. Okay. Boy, this is still sinking here. So the stock is just going crazy. SKHY is just going absolutely crazy. So here's a good example of the wave. Okay, Richard, you asked about the wave. Here's a good example, in my opinion. If you had bought this one down here, okay, for whatever reason it came on a scan of some sort, and you had bought it right here. Now you're riding the wave. You ride the wave. You keep now right there where it started to pierce 100%. I'd be taking some profit. Okay. I would also looked at a 2-minute chart to see if it actually did turn orange on that little turn, but I would be taking some profit right there. And it got a little dicey because even that bar almost got below the wave. Okay. But I would for sure, but if you're in it here at 154 and this is at 163, you take some profit for sure. And then you can hold on to some and wait to see if it really does turn orange. And if you did hold on to some, then you get rewarded because it did continue blue, on the wave. But but you can see how the bottom of these bars were just touching the top of the wave until you got to here. And then that's finally when, they started piercing into the wave. That's how I look at it anyway. And the minute you start to see some red, then you can maybe go to a 2-minute and just see maybe it's turned. It hasn't though. Okay, it hasn't. And in fact, it never did. It never even there on that little downturn. It was still a blue wave, which means the trend is still, in theory, strong. And remember, guys, the wave is part of the standard service. If you want to know how to put the wave on your charts, just let me know. Part of the standard service. All right. Well, I see KWeb is also a negative. China. I mean, China's getting hit here. This is the one of the ETFs for not for the country, but for we call China Internet ETF. This is what I use to gauge what's happening in China. I know there's another one more in tune with the large cap stocks, but this is what I use. So if I were going to take a China company, it would have to have some news on its own because China is moving down. And when we talk about some of these, how about this one? Not China. It is China, but you see some of these cheap ones on these low floaters, they don't care, what the overall market is doing. Ugh, look at the room this one has got. If they can ever just pull back a little bit, look at the room. I mean, 2 days ago the high got up to 280. And remember, there is a volume component. Well, this is the daily. This is the reversal. Okay, so remember what this is looking for. Okay, if it's powder blue, that means the stock was down at least 5%. It closed down at least 5% yesterday, the day before, but it's up today, and it's also above yesterday's high. I mean, there are other filters in place, but that's the concept of it. So you can see RETO was down at least 5%, closed down at least 5% yesterday, but now it's obviously above the high yesterday, and it has to be up at least, well, it's up, has to be up at least 1%. Of course, most of them are going to be way more than 1%, but that's the minimum. And if it's in yellow, it's just the reverse. A stock that was up at least 5% yesterday, but now is reversing today. You know what might be setting up is DFSC, guys, might be for a little bit of a pop here. Pretty, now the problem is there's the VWAP. I would probably have to let it take out the VWAP, but you can see how it's kind of, basing in this area. And if the volume comes back, you can see how the volume has just dwindled. But if the volume comes back, and when I talk about volume, I'm not talking about the absolute volume. I'm talking about a volume bar that stands out again. You just look at all these volume, like obviously these ones here covers up, but boy, look at Korea. Well, that's why I wait, guys. I mean, I put a price alert up in this area, but I wasn't anticipating it was going to happen. Now it looks like it's more or less following the SPY. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So I wonder if this pullback is over now for KROU. Just watching the SPY, little green here. Wonder if the pullback is maybe now over. It's one of the more. I'm just not really good. I'm not a good pullback player, or trying to predict bottoms and tops. I'm just not that good at it. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I have that one thumbnailed, Monica, the DFSC, 7 races. Have it thumbnailed. I have a price right at the VWAP and see if it can take that out. I get some volume and pop it. I mean, I got as high as 358, so there's a ton of room. Guys are talking about 10x. I haven't seen 10x today. This was a super active one a little while ago. Oh, that's right. This is the one that got creamed last week on, or I guess actually this week on. It's a bio, so it had bad data. I mean, the reaction to whatever they published, it was terrible. It is above now the low of that day or the high of that day. It is above it. But remember, for all the reasons that this happened, they're still there. Yes, people are trying to play a bounce on it, but remember, it's not like all that news when it hit has been wiped out. 473. So William is saying that this actually, with the cash they've got, I guess, and et cetera, that it could be trading up into that area, which is obviously would be excellent from 188. But again, all that news though is still there. This is another one from our AI guys. Yeah, it's sort of it's an earnings play coming up on the 18th, but so that's about a week from now. That was the other one. That's right. So the same day that 10x got, this one really got crushed. Look at this one. The same day that 10x got crushed, but this is a monumental crushing. $51, and you wake up. This was I think on Friday, and then you wake up on Monday, and it's down to 5. And I mean, look at the monthly chart. I mean, nothing. The weekly chart, really nothing that would have said, this was going to happen. It really shouldn't be that much different than usual, as long as the volume is there. I mean, the volume was, I don't know what the volume was when you bought it in the pre-market, but I mean, the volume is, there's plenty of stocks with like lots and lots of volume. You obviously in the pre-market, you start to catch the initial move more. Well, yeah, you have to. You cannot buy at market and the pre-market. Yeah, you've got to go. You have to have a limit order. Yes. Okay, GMRS. Now this can be interesting. I mean, certainly look at a monthly chart. It's got room 1590. So has room there. The weekly chart is basically the same, and this is an earnings play. Good volume. Spread is, yeah, it's not bad. It's 11 cents. It's not ideal, but it's not bad. Over the VWAP. I'm talking with GMRS. See that weekly high right there. It's got to get through that, in my opinion. 1378. It got right into it. 1374 is the high today, and you can see it got right to that weekly high, which is 1378, and it got up to today. Got up to 1374. So if it can get back up to that level, I'm going to put a price alert around 1380. Maybe if it takes that out, it has a shot into this area. We already looked at that one. Yeah, we already looked at that one as a wave. SKH. Maybe you weren't here. We already looked at that one. Talked about taking profit right there. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Okay, so Mark in our YouTube room. Well, if you're a new trader, how new is new, Mark? I'm talking to Mark in our YouTube room. Because you have to establish the sort of a style of trading that you like, and you won't know, of course, if you're brand new. You have to sort of. That's why we have a simulator. Now, when you say are you talking about the 12 short videos that we call getting started with trade ideas? Is that what have you looked at those? I mean, that's all they are. I mean, they're just to get you started, but you have to, if you're new to trading, trade ideas is unfortunately not going to really help you. You have to have some idea about how to read a chart. Trade ideas can generate ideas, but not every idea is tradable. Ah, okay. So you've been trading for years. Okay, so you're not a new trader. Well, when you say specialize in scalping, that so you look like you probably sound like you're more like a momentum trader then. I mean, I have a couple of I have something you might like. I can give it to you. You can take a look at the what gets generated from it. And when you say scalping, what do you mean by that exactly? Okay. Are you trying to say like some people say, okay, my scalping idea is taking 10,000 shares of a penny stock and hoping to get a 2 or 3 cent move. Okay. Or is it something else? Oh wow! If you're I'm not sure trade ideas is going to help that. If you're talking about in a trade for seconds, just literally seconds, I mean, you're up against the high frequency traders, and I mean, I'm not saying you can't do it, but I mean, so you're taking a lot of shares, and you better have a obviously you probably have a commission-free broker. I mean, I can give you a momentum scan, but if you're just talking about getting it in so you're trading like a lot of stocks all day long, and you're just trying to get in and out in seconds, like what, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 1 second. I mean, I'll give you. I mean, I can show you a scan you might like, but I'm not sure. I mean, you can take a look at the momentum scan that I've got. Yeah, click on my homepage link. Scroll down a bit until you see the scan section. And, I have these scans here. These are all like a momentum scan. You can take a look at that. The gap scanner. I mean, you can take a look at these ones right here. Probably are, but if you're talking about just getting in and out in just seconds, I mean, that's pretty tough. But you might want to try the momentum scan just to see the type of scans it's getting. Well, the momentum scan then could be, well, a gap continuation or reversal. Okay, I'll just show you what it looks like. Don't have it up and running, but so there are four scans in here. Okay, there are four scans. There's a gap up and go. So what that means is the stock gapped up and kept going higher at the time of the alert. That might be an option where you look at that and go, you know what? I think it's running out of steam. If you've got trading experience, maybe you do short it. Gap down in reverse is, well, that's the reverse. Gap down, it gapped down and then started to reverse. Gap up and reverse. Okay. So that might be even a little more in tune to what you're looking at for. But I'm not saying that you're gonna be able to get in and out in seconds on these, but and then a gap down and go is a stock that gapped down and kept moving down. Now, at the time of the alert, so the gap up and reverse, it gapped up and started to reverse. It doesn't mean it's going to continue to reverse, but at the time of the alert, that is what was happening. Okay. So there's an example of something. I guess they would be for you. Hotkeys would be crucial. I guess your broker obviously has hotkeys. Here's one. Well, HLIT gapped up. Now, this is a little bit at the time. You see, if you load this in the right at least at 9:30, a market open, but when you load this scan, I mean, right there, HLIT. I mean, you can see the reversal it had as an example. Are they all like this? No, but you can see the reversal. Look at Kura. There's the reversal. Okay, so I mean, it's something you might want to take a look at. I don't have it up and running myself right now, but MH might be interesting. McGraw Hill, wow, coming right into that daily high. Okay, now that red line, that is in this week. There was a high, a daily high within this week, right at the high here, and that's 1316. And if it can get through that, 1496. Yeah, I mean, I'm just not. I don't trade like that, Mark. I mean, and it's difficult. I mean, what you're trying to do is very, very difficult. Taking a whole lot of shares and trying to get in and out in seconds. And of course, what you're going to want to do is just find stocks that are incredibly volatile that have big moves. So the float, of course, like the FGI. I mean, but to take a whole lot of shares of this, I mean, with the way it whips around, I mean, you got to be really careful. So here's an interesting one, though. I mean, the MH in general. I'm not talking to you, Mark, specifically, but MH. Look what happened, guys. It came into the VWAP, that purple line, held and acted as support so far, anyway, and now it's starting to move. And it has to that high right there, 1319. That's that daily high within that week, and it's right there. Let's see if it can take it out. I guess this is an IPO today, Harbor ETF Trust, or something. This looks like it started trading today. Well. In fact, it is an IPO today because we showed up in the resumed. So FGI, I mean, look at that float, guys. 540,000 in the float, ridiculously low. The high today is at 1353 or so. Boy, you got to be quick. Look at that. Quick, quick, quick. Okay, there you go, Mark. There you go. Talking to Mark in the YouTube room. A golden cross break. Oh my goodness, it's 11:58. You know who might be able to help you is Steve Gomez. Okay, I think he might have something. Okay, AJ. I don't. I don't. It's 11:58. I got to get out of here. Steve is going to take over for me in a moment here. So just give me a moment. I've got to put my announcement in. Give me a moment, Steve. I this noon really snuck up on me. So just give me a moment, okay? Okay, guys. So Steve is in our YouTube room right now. I will put the announcement up. Somebody was asking for a golden cross or something. I think maybe you've got something, but just give me a moment. I am on a break back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay. That's number one. Number two is to put the YouTube link in the main room so people can go over and listen to you. Just give me a moment. And where's my link for YouTube? There we are. Okay, guys. So for anybody in the room who wants to go over and listen to Steve, he'll be there for about an hour. He'll be in our YouTube room, and that's the link to get in. Okay, now I'm going to mute myself in the main room, and now I can finally. Hello, Steve.
Oh.
Boy, that really snuck up on me. I had no idea it was already noon, or just
Must
about.
be a good day.
Yeah. Well, it's been an active day for sure. So the gentleman asked about, can you build either an alert window or a top list window that shows a golden cross breakout on a real-time basis? I have no idea, but I think you've talked about golden crosses in the past. Have you
There
not?
might be a custom formula on that. Let me ask if we have one laying around.
Okay.
It might require that.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Well, I'll let you go. Okay, I'll take off now, and
I'll let you go.
Oh yeah, exactly. Okay, we'll see you in a bit.
Sure. I'm just going to ask that question internally. Because it's an event, and all we have is change from the 50 and change from the 200. And that really can't pinpoint the moment of a cross. And so it needs to be hard-coded. And since we don't have it, I'll just double check. I know we don't have it, but the way in which you would check for anybody that wants to, you go to the search tab in the configure. And if I just type the keyword gold, it's not in there. But as I said, we've got the 200. Let's see, 200-day crossed. Let's try this. 50. Crossed above the 50. No. You've probably already done this. So there's all our filters, but these are the ones we have to look at. So crossed above 200, that doesn't help. 20 crossed above 200. We don't have the 50, do we? No. I am getting an answer though. So whoever asked that, we'll see if we can get you an answer here. But hello everybody. Happy Thursday. I got a full boat of stocks. The 401k account is fully loaded. Had a good push this morning, but a lot of things, I tell you, I was lamenting with Andy. This is kind of the typical movement we get now in this market. Big opening push. Everybody wants what they want. Buy. Big green candle for the rest of the day. It's just whack. Okay, so for the golden cross question, the answer I'm getting is verbatim. Something might be possible that is close. It would be best to create a cross of the moving averages with a top list where you bracket the price just below and above. I have no idea what he's talking about. Gosh dang it. Oh no, don't tell me. Am I locked up there? Oh, it's because I've got the stupid Illustrator on. I think I know what he means by bracketing price. Be best to create a cross, bracket the price just above and below them. So I think what he was saying is he's going to play around with it and see if he can come up with an idea. But his workaround thinking is it would be best to create a cross of the moving averages with a top list where you bracket the price just above and below them. I'm trying to follow his thinking there. So it would be a top list. Let's try something. Let's see if I can back into what he's saying. So if I want to grab boy, you'd have to really have a big top list of ideas. I guess we'd have to use we'd have to narrow down the list so we don't have the whole market in one top list. So we've got to put some filters in there. Change from the 200 is one. We could do change from the 50 is the other. And then we just want to isolate the fact that it's very close. So we do like maybe a negative 0.1% on the downside for those two filters, and positive 0.1 on the upside for those filters. And so this will give us a list of all the stocks that are within those two ranges. But what we have to do is like sort by price or figure out how to isolate price. Let's see what this comes up with. Average daily volume, 250,000, just because I like it. Okay, so let's see what this gives us. It gives us a lot of names, but not too many, okay? And so I would be looking on my daily chart over here. That's a mess, but that's also a weird stock. That's not even those are test stocks. Oh my gosh. What the hell? What a bunch of nonsense that is. Look at this. These are all test stocks. What? Bullet shares. Okay, I have no idea what just happened. Why I'm only getting those. All symbols. Well, I'm a bit befuddled on that question. I think Chris will try and work on it. I thought there was a custom formula that could accomplish it, but apparently not. Those are garbage charts. I don't know exactly how I'd back into that. Oh, old UAVS is taking off again. Okay. All right, well, welcome to the support session. That's what it's called. So for this 1 hour, we're giving Barry a break, but more importantly, we're giving new users a chance to come in and ask questions about the system, how to use things. Obviously, I'd be remiss if I don't remind you that we have this brand new AI assistant. It's basically what started off as, he's trying to come up with something, thanks. Started off as our base AI GPT that we had for help and support and questions and configurations. But our development team has turned around and taken it and applied an API to Claude and GPT and other outsourcings to teach it how to understand all of our systems, our configurations, our filters and alerts, and how to get to what a user might be looking for. So just so you know, if you're a new user here, let's pop this in. Trade ideas. You want to be on the download of 5.91. They're both the same. So if you have this version, you will get the new AI assistant, which is located under new AI assistant. And like I said, it started off, it used to be just a GPT. Yeah, hold on. But the GPT has been replaced with this new version. This is really impressive. And so if you haven't seen this yet, I can do it one of two ways. I'll try speaking. It's got a little bit of a nuance to it. You don't want to pause, because after the pause, they're going to fix that. It starts to configure, but see if I can come up with an idea audibly. Hey, Holly, make me a top list of all stocks that gapped up 5% or more and are still up on the day with relative volume at least 2.0 or better. Thank you. Go ahead and hit enter. It liked what I asked. It's not asking for any qualifying. It's basically showing us what it came up with on the AI config side, and then it spits out an actual scan. So all these stocks are basically going to satisfy what I just asked. So this is really a big deal for new users who are especially, let me just minimize this. This is very daunting. There's a lot of stuff going on in here. This is an old Windows user interface, and we're moving to a new tech stack that you'll be seeing in 2027 that has nothing to do with Windows. It'll be online. You can use it on any device. But this is kind of the beginning iterations of what we're moving towards. And rather than having to have new users come in and check box and enter, and this is the way of the future. And so it's really a quantum leap. It's it could not have been done a year ago because of all the technology that has been pulled together in the last couple months to do this month, really. So it's kind of a fortunate time for us to be able to tap into this new technology. It's perfect for the new user to not get bogged down and confused on the old trade ideas user interface. Once you've used it, we all get what we need out of it. But every day we've got new people coming in and asking for interesting ideas and new ways to use it. And sometimes, we're stumped ourselves, just like that Golden Cross question. Let's ask Holly how she would configure, just out of curiosity. Let's try it. Let's delete that scan. I'm going to type this one. New idea. Can you create a top list I'm just going to say scan. Can you create a scan that shows me a golden cross, which is the 50 SMA crossing above the 200 SMA. Let's see if Holly can come up with an idea. I'm kind of glad I thought about this. Oh, shit. Just came up with something. Well, I don't know if this is going to satisfy. As we saw earlier, we do have a price crossed above 200-day moving average, and I think that's probably what the AI just created there. It's telling us alert description, price, yeah, change from the 50, change from the SMA, issues unknown or ambiguous, the alert. Fires when crossed above trade ideas does not have a direct 50 SME. So this is really interesting right here. I'm learning with you guys here. It's giving us the feedback that this is the best I can do. All we've really got is a 200 days. So you stumped me, you stumped Barry, you stumped Chris, the human who's working on it. And the AI is kind of saying, I don't really see a path there either. So really interesting way to use it. Cool stuff. Let me try just another fun one here. Let's see. Is there a way to clear out? No, that'll probably count. What's this? Clear chat. There it is. Can you show me a top list of names? Which one? I just cleared it. It might be in the, do we have a history? I just cleared it all out. Let me ask again. But all that really was, what it came up with was what we already have, price crossing above the 20, but I'll ask again. Hey, Holly, can you make a scan for a golden cross, which is the 50 SMA crossing above the 200 SMA in real time? Thank you. It didn't give me the same issue as last time, but this is the one it created, so I'll give you that scan. Whoops. Okay, interesting to note here. Notice that it's in a dock. We have to free it from the dock. So let's pop it out. Where do we do that? Properties. How do I pop this out? Let's see. How come I not save to the cloud either? This might be a limitation that it's currently got. I think that does sound familiar. Let me just see. Yeah, we normally have to pop these out. That might have to use collaborate. Good point. I think it might be using collaborate. Thank you. So we'll copy that. I'll hand that to you. But again, anybody who has this new version, you're welcome to open this up and start playing around with what you want to figure out. I was going to try and let me open a new one. Just trying to make a new scan just for the fun of it to see what it could come up with. Okay, please make me a scan that shows strong stocks up on the day, at least 3%, and have pulled back to the 10-period simple moving average on a 15-minute chart with relative volume of 2.0. Okay, let's look at the issues first. Used, crossed above VWAP. Okay, I don't know why they're using that. Interesting. Let's see what it came up with. Well, let's see. Let me change this. Let me try this. Here's where you can qualify. Qualify. Stock must be up over the last 10 days and pulling back, making a new 15-minute low. I'm kind of steering her in the right direction. A new 15-minute low at the 10 SMA 15 period. So let's see what she comes up with. Okay, issues, unknowns, or ambiguities. I like this. This is really important, I think, to notice. So you can see she took my advice and went to a 15-minute low. Now, ideally, these should be up over the last 10 days and pulling back to the 10 SMA. Ooh, bam, look at that. Now we're talking. This is the kind of stuff I want to see. Stuff up, good relative volume, and pulling back and tagging. I'd buy that chart if I was looking for something to do. Interesting. That was QLMS. What's AZ doing? Hanging out. All right, they keep popping in on me here. I can tighten it up a little bit with some more filters, like average daily volume. Let's add some average daily volume. Hey, Holly, this scan looks good. Let's add some average daily volume of at least 300,000 shares a day over 3 months. Okay, here's a refined version and a new scan pops in. This new scan is now showing, oops. Oh, that's how you pop it out. Interesting. Can I save or share to cloud now? I can, look at that. So I was looking for a pop out, but it popped itself out. So we don't need to use collaborate. You have to pop it out first, and then you can save and share. So let's look at these new refined scans. Yes, much better daily volume. Much better daily volume. Pretty cool. I'm a fan of the new stuff. Did that not go through? I don't. I tried to send that to collaborate and it didn't go through. Let's remake it, and we'll do it the right way with that AI assistant. Now I know how to pop it out. Hey, Holly, make me a scan showing the golden cross, which is stocks making a new high above. Oh, shoot. Yeah. Turn that off. I made a mistake, but I'd rather talk. Hey, Holly, make me a scan showing the golden cross. This is the exact moment the 50 SMA crosses above the 200 SMA. Thank you. Okay, so what I wanted to do is pull it out and give it to the person who was asking earlier because the collaboration doesn't come through here on YouTube. So save and share just to follow up on that first request. All right, let me check out here. Yep, I'm backing up on comments here. Mark is correct. This is very powerful in helping people who feel a bit overwhelmed on how, for one, it helps to know what you want to scan for. All right, you can't just say, Holly, give me something that's going to make me money. That's not in a realistic world. But if you're new to trading and you've got some ideas and you want to try and figure out how to scan those ideas, it is now 1,000 times easier to set up and get what you're looking for and refine over and over with this tool. It's absolutely a quantum leap. So we're very excited. Thanks, Pepe. I should have looked earlier. I didn't see the drag out. I was looking myself. What are the top 5 stocks under $20 a share that would be good for a swing trade? Oh, that's a tough question. I can show you a couple that I'm in. I'm in Hertz right now. They just had some news midday that Bill Ackman, who said he was long back here, this is probably when he sold his shares. Well, the news just came out after this giant earnings report. The shorts are trapped. I'm in this one, so I'm not afraid to give that one. I'm in Xerox, but I might be selling it if it doesn't shape up here pretty soon. Always making a new high after I'm in this one. That's a $12 stock. But I can't give out really stock recommendations. I can show you the things I'm in. I took home. I'm really kind of pivoting towards back into the nuke, the energy. Nibis had some great earnings, and they are just showing incredible demand that's still out there that maybe people didn't think was still out there. They've got to figure out how to run these things, and I just think that the uranium play and the nano nuke play is coming. They've had a great run. They're giving a little bit back today. I'm in hedge fund mode. I'm not swing trading. I'm not scalping. I'm just sitting. It's been a pretty good month so far. So Alloy is one of my favorite stocks. I like it because it had I participated in all that move. It's gone sideways for 4 days, sitting at the 50-day moving average. This thing has a minor float of 9 million. It's crazy. And it is magnets. They mine and create magnets. So it's another good one I'm in. ABTC, I'm always in and out of this one, Bitcoin or not. This is the typical movement we get now in the market. Big push on the open, and then like I showed earlier, it's just a lot of slop after that. I'm in RUM. I've been in RUMs. I took it into earnings, and thankfully it worked. Got way ahead of itself. I don't mind that. I got patience. I'm in Poet. I like the way it's consolidating under the 50 SMA. The newest trade for me is SMR. I like the XE earnings so much. I had some cash to work with today. I looked at NNE, Oklo, and SMR, the old 3. Well, you got NNE running right smack into its 50. It's tired. You've got Oklo, can't even get to its 50. And then you got SMR. It's consolidating at its 50. So I'm taking a chance on this one again. I'm trying to diversify in more energy-related stuff for these data centers. So those are some of the names I'm in. I'm in also ARQQ, which is a quantum stock. It's kind of nasty. But a lot of things have had a good run. They're just getting a little bit of a pullback today, and so I'm a little bit red today. That's fine. It's been a good month, like I said. EOSC, I'm in some of that. It's more battery storage for the AI data centers. What are the top? Okay, let's see. Yeah, so if you're asking the AI, what are the top 5 stocks? That's going to be a tough one. She's not a predictor. It's not a crystal ball. It will help you. The AI will help you create the scan that you want to see, but you got to be specific. Yep, the live sessions certainly help. I tried to keep it. Can you show filter for block trades? Yeah, that one's easy. So let's use the AI assistant. Hey, Holly, can you give me an alert that shows me block trades of minimum 100,000 shares, stocks above $5? Thank you. Let's see if I didn't give her enough info. Looks like it worked. And so there it is. Bam. I just take it out, pop it out, share it with you. It's that simple. But let's break it up, break it open, and see how it was configured. It gives us a configure in the text there, but I'd rather look in the config menu. Very simple. It's just nothing more than the block trade. And you'll see you qualify here, 100,000 shares. I had to give her a qualifier. Otherwise, she would have asked me. So block trade is the event. It's as simple as that. You really don't need any filters unless you want to. But if you want to know any stock that's printing 100,000 share blocks, that's going to give it to you. AGG was the last one that just came out. And there it is right there. Big one. Let's see. Well, let's ask. Dodge, why not? You know? You're too polite to the AI every time you think. I don't know why I'm polite to the AI. I feel like if I'm polite to the AI, it'll be nice to me. Let's go back and ask, what would Holly give us if we asked for the top 5 stocks under $5? Under $20. Okay, for a swing trade. Hey, Holly, can you recommend the top 5 stocks under $20 that might be a good setup for a swing trade? She might just put me to shame and do what I said wasn't possible. I don't know. I appreciate the request, but I need to clarify. See, there's a lot of clarifications here. Perfect. I'm not even going to get into that, but that's kind of just what I was saying is, let's turn the mic off. You need to be specific in what you're looking for. She can't predict or give you, hallucinations of what she's just going to pull out of thin air. So I kind of expected that. You don't have to specify the time for the block trade. It's just going to be regardless. It's never going to be a top list. It's going to be a real-time alert to tell you, hey, the market was scanned, and out of 12,000 stocks, this 2 or 3 that just popped through, 100,000 share block trades. You could do a crazy one like 1 million. Those are obviously very interesting, and a lot of times, people can look at those and pull those up. And if you see a stock that's been selling off for 3 or 4 days, and it just does this insane 1 million share block print, that's called a clean out print. And that likely is going to be the reversal of price action. When something's been so oversold, it's been driven down to a level where an institution says, I'll do a deal at this level. Boom, they're on the phones on the 3rd floor, and they do a deal. They cross the deal on the telephone. It hits the tape, and that's when the alert triggers. And why is that important? Is because, like I said, if you pull that stock up, it just did a 1 million share block print, and it's been down 3 days in a row, and it's just so oversold. That's a really interesting reversal opportunity. Cannot filter for options other than, I'll show you what we can do. It's very limited, and we'll just put it to task. Hey, Holly, show me all stocks that are doing incredible options volume today on the call side, and you can consider put call ratio as well. Thank you. Okay, it's asking for qualifications. Okay. Okay. Price range $20 to $500. Volume needs to be at least relative volume of 1.0, and you can give me 50 rows. Hopefully that satisfies. It did. Look at that. That's all she needed to configure and finish the story. And so this is going to be, let's just break it open. So it's utilizing relative volume, price. What else was it looking at? I don't see any call volume. So she's probably asking for me to pick a minimum for the call volume. And so, just to answer your question specifically, if you go to search and you type in options, this is it. So she was probably asking me like options a percent above. Okay. I could give her this one or put call ratio, but I'll qualify it. Hey, Holly, let's add option volume minimum 300% or higher. I was kind of hoping that the AI would do that. Okay, let's see if a change was made. Yep, we now have a new filter in there, but I had to qualify it. So again, it takes me back to, you can't leave it up to her to guess for you. You got to tell her what you want. And it's very important to read, the messages on the left side to see if there's any qualifications that are needed. So to answer your question, the options volume or the options are limited. The option stuff that we have to scan for is primarily the volume stuff. We don't have any anything other than that. Yeah, you could sort by that fourth column. I see what you're saying. I'd really like to see this SMR do something. It's my newest position today. Like I said, XE is the same kind of a company, modular, nuclear. These companies, all we're hearing about is how much demand for power these places are going to need. And we're just probably one headline away from maybe a friendly news story for this particular sector. So that's why I added the SMR this morning into the portfolio. The one that's bugging me, though, is the Xerox. I jumped back in after earnings down here. I'm in the money still, right around the 50 SMA. But if it can't get going today, I might just turn that into cash. I expected more out of that one. I expected it back here, like right there. And now we close below the 10. If we close below the 10 again, I'm going to lose interest maybe. I might find something that's a little bit more attractive tomorrow. I'm pretty bullish on this alloy because I'll tell you why, because it's not pulling back. I bought in down here at 9, rode it through 10, rode it through 11, and then it got stuck right here, but it didn't pull back. It's gone sideways. And more importantly, it's gone sideways, right? Sliding across the 50-day moving average. That's really important to me. So I asked, this was an AI research, I'll be honest. Trump said, somebody's got to start making magnets. We need magnets. Somebody needs to start making magnets. He's been pretty good at making some early calls about things. And so I looked up quickly on the AI, who are some of the stocks out there that are a pure play magnet company, and Alloy was the choice. And the fact that it's a 9 million low float just makes it a little bit more fun. I'm in HYMC, great price. I've been waiting to get back into this one to play silver. I got in at 19 down there. So I was doing a lot of bottom picking down here last week, 2 weeks. And I've enjoyed the spoils of a lot of things that worked for me. So the last few days, it's just been kind of a holding pattern, a little sideways action, and that's okay. I'll take it, because if you're going to be in hedge fund mode, you've got to take the pullbacks and the sector rotations, with strength. You can't just freak out and lose your position and, get scatterbrained. You got to stick with your plan. And all these stocks, I pretty much have a longer fundamental plan that I want to stay in for. So it's funny enough, this Hertz, it came out right when it needed to. I had an offer to sell some at $299. It got to $295, and that's when the Bill Ackman news came out. But it needed it. If you look at it, look at that. It got so high up there in the thin air. Any old headline would have done it. Who cares if Bill Ackman sold back here? Everything's post earnings. It looks good. So I look at that and I say, okay, well, whatever. It needed a pullback, and that was the reason for the pullback. I'll take it. It's the hardest thing to sit through when you're trading longer term, or even day trading. In the 5-minute chart, you're riding a stock, and all of a sudden you've got 2 red candles on the 5-minute chart, and you're second guessing yourself. Oh, should I have just pounded out when I could, or do I stick around to see if it's got a second push? That's the hardest part sometimes, is if you have conviction that it's going to be a strong all day, that lunchtime pullback is going to test you, because you sat there and you shouldn't, but you probably got fixated on the P&L, and in your mind, you've calculated how high that P&L went. All of a sudden, that profit just pulled back 30% on you, and you're like, oh my God. But having the conviction to say, I think by the end of the day, the buyers are still going to be there. I've got to just, let the stock breathe. That's the hardest part, is to let the stock breathe, no matter what time frame you're on, is what I'm getting at there. I'm long some of, like I said, some of this UEC. I spoke about it many times. I think the 3-day rule is always in effect when you've got pullback. You can't expect a bounce on day 2. You got to finish day 3, and then you can get a push. Funny enough, XE did that. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, push, gapped up today. So the 3-day consolidation rule is what I really like. And the UEC, back to that chart, had a great run. I've been participating in UEC from down here. I'll take the 3-day pullback, because look, it just pulls right back into the nest, right there perfectly at the 10 and the 50. I'm resolved to do exactly what I was just talking about, knowing that I think the buyers have enough to get it back up here to this level, but you have to sit through this breath first before you can get to that. And so to compartmentalize it, and you pull it up and it's red, you're abandoning your plan if you just freak out and sell it right here. So I've gotten better at that over the years, understanding your time frame, your target, the reason you're in it. And if you catch yourself starting to change the story and change the target, well, then you're kind of lost. There's no need to start changing your ideas and your theories, because something in the intraday wigged you out a little bit and caught you at a moment where you're emotional. Well, I can look at some charts if nobody has any questions at the moment. We can look at some charts. If somebody's lamenting a chart, you can tell me if you're long or short or thinking about buying it. SpaceX has kind of been impressive, I tell you. What happened back here was everybody front ran the shorts, thinking that the lockup expiration was going to make people sell off, but it didn't. And so now it's just bouncing again. But I think it's just it bounced right smack into 150. It's a perfect example of what a pivot level is. If you don't know what a pivot line is, I'm going to show you. Brand new SpaceX comes out. What was once support at 150 becomes future resistance, 150. Isn't that cool? Sometimes you don't need a moving average. You can just look left and go, oh, pivot level approaching. That's pretty obvious. So no wonder the sellers jumped in at 150. And I probably wouldn't be surprised to see it come back down, quite honestly. We'll see. But XE, again, coming off of earnings this morning, they wanted it really badly on the open, and they brought it in a little bit. But by the end of the day, Oh, by the way, that purple line, I was talking about this trade with Brian, and he goes, "You've seen the VWAP from the IPO price, right?" And I said, "No." So I put it in, and sure enough, he was right. Look at that. This is why anchored VWAP can work sometimes. So it's a new issue back here, and April, and the average value weighted price was run right smack under the underside of it. And of course, it doesn't take a human to catch that. There are programmed machines that are out there that will catch that. And so it's not a surprise. I kind of wish I had seen that pre-market, but thanks to Brian for pointing that out for me. I'm still bullish on this sector. I think there's a lot of upside. All you hear about is the demand, the demand, the demand. They thought it was going away, but Nibius came out with earnings. Their revenues were up like 500%. They say the demand is off the chart. How are they going to get the power to run these things? So maybe I'm trying to be too cute, too smart, too soon. I don't know. As long as the chart holds up, I'll stick around. All right, I'm in Poet too. Let's take a look. I'll change my strategy and pulled out a Poet when it went up today. What's your strategy for Poet? So understanding first what they do. Yeah, that's a good one. What they do, they're in part of the specialty chip side of optical electronic for data centers. So it's another data center play. And they're optical chips to help the GPUs talk to each other quickly, faster, more efficiently. Great idea. Once again, the 50-day moving average acted as the selling point after a nice push in this one. And so, once again, what I just read was something I want to stick around on. I think I could be selling myself short. If I bailed now, I would just call that a swing trade. And as I said, I'm not in swing trade mode right now. I'm in hedge fund mode. I kind of feel like there's some real moves that are still out there in the new tech, in the AI and the data center tech. And so with that said, when you see this, you resign yourself to, okay, we're probably going to go sideways or maybe down for a day or two, maybe 3. But I'm willing to stick it out for a push back above. Stocks will never go through the 50-day moving average like butter unless there's news, a buyout or something. Just normal, solid trading, they're going to hit that 50, push through a little bit, and then reverse. That's exactly what happened. But we still had half a day left. I don't expect it to go back through and take it out today. I expect it to just kind of wallow around maybe, and sideways would be the best solution possible. Sideways for another 2, Friday, Monday. And what happens is, look at it like a little army. They're tired. They need a meal and a shower. They need to pull back and have a good night's sleep to have the strength to gather their foot and move back higher through that 50. So the 50 is always going to be an immediate blocker. Then you've got to back off and you've got to give it a few days. If you have conviction, you sit like I'm going to do. If you're a scalper if you're a swing trader and you want to take a quick move, then you would have taken that on the open and you've looked up and said, oh, if I was looking for a place to take a profit on this trade, that's my place to do it. But I wasn't looking to take a profit in Poet. I'm resigned to the fact that I'm going to sit in hedge fund mode and try and ride some of these data center techs. The other one I have that I like is EOSE. Obviously, it's still way below its 50. It could have a push up to the 50, and I probably won't sell it. This is another one of the energy plays, but they don't make energy, they store it. So they make the batteries for the AI data centers. So the data centers that need battery backup solutions, they might go to a company like them. We're at the fourth industrial revolution here with this AI shit. And you don't get this many opportunities to try and figure out in the first and second inning who the winners are going to be in the long term and try and just keep a close eye on them. And so I'm trying to like play more fundamental long-term strategy stuff than my typical in and out, surf the market 3 days in, bail out, go all cash. I was doing a lot of that before, but my God, look what the market's telling us. The spiders just went to intraday highs today. The shorts are still getting run over out there. There's no reason to be bearish when there was back here. No reason to be bullish back here, but this was the this was the great heist from Citadel, stealing the Leopold's portfolio. Monday comes around, they make $3 billion. And that whole event in itself is a reversal event. And so that's when I started getting long, waiting for confirmation. Great, now we've got confirmation. I am full, balls to the wall, long. Anybody know what balls to the wall mean? It doesn't mean what you think it means. David Tapper was the one who told us this on CNBC a long time ago when I watched that garbage. The old steam engines of the riverboats, they had an engine room. And in that engine room, the walls were covered in plywood. And on the flywheel, they had 2 strings. And on the end of that string were lead balls. And instead of having a tachometer in the bridge, they knew that they were getting maximum RPM when those flywheels with strings on balls started hitting the plywood in the engine room. And there you have it. That's balls to the wall. You can go home and tell everybody you learned something today. So I'm balls to the wall in my 401k account in hedge fund mode, not swing trade mode, hedge fund mode, which means I've got to sit through pullbacks, which means I've got to accept, sector rotation. And, my exposure is heavily into energy right now, mining, silver, Bitcoin, crypto, the data center chips, data center battery storage. So I'm not looking at consumer staples and retail. I'm looking at the new stuff. Hertz is the only thing I don't know how the hell they're going to play into all this. I'm sorry, Xerox is what I meant to say. I don't know how Xerox is going to play into all this. So they might be the first one I just get bored with and turn into cash. I was hoping for a little bit more after this earnings release, and it's just dying on the vine there. Yeah, the 50-day moving average is going to be a catcher's mitt. It's going to be a net every single time. It might push through for a few minutes, but don't ever expect it to bleed through the first day. It seems like it's just always going to catch that and get yanked back. So you either take that as a profit, if that's your profit target and you're swing trading, or you accept the fact that that's the best move you're going to get, and you're probably going to have to sit for 3 days to get more push higher. It's very rare to do it like Rum did, 3 days in a row, and then, whoa, it got a little bit ahead of itself. So look at that reversal candle right there. There's only so far you can go. If you think about it, everybody wants to buy a Rum, but if you want to buy a Rum and you're looking at that and you're like, no, I'm not chasing it here. There comes a point where everybody says, screw it, I'm not chasing it. I'll wait till the car comes back around, because eventually it does. And so it becomes a game of musical chairs when they're this overbought. What's your time frame? What are you looking for? Well, I'm not looking to scalp. I'm not looking to sell. If anything, if I sell Xerox tonight, I might use it to maybe buy some Rum in a day or two when things start to shape up a little bit, because it's gonna consolidate now, because I don't have as much Rum as I maybe want. Long SpaceX. So what we need is SpaceX. Okay, what we need is to keep this line. I haven't talked much about it yet in this session. This is the 5-day moving average, but we're viewing it on a 15-minute chart. All you have to do is put a 15-minute chart up and a 130 SMA. And so we have the filter for that in Trade Ideas, and we have the line you can draw. And Brian Shannon taught me this. As long as this is sloping up, you're looking good. But the farther away you get from it like that, it's going to want to come back. So you need the price to stay above this 130. So if I were you, I'll give you my chart if you want. If I were you, I would just, make sure that the price remains above that blue line, which is the 5-day moving average. Once you get a 15-minute closing candle below that line, the momentum is slowly dying out, and you've got to be aware. And if you want to take your profits, that's when I would take them, once they break that blue line. Like Hertz. Hertz got way ahead of itself, and it's pulled back. It didn't even get close to its blue line. It's got a bidder again. So like I was saying earlier, you're only going to chase price so far, whether you're a retail trader or a billion-dollar hedge fund. You're going to say, screw it, I'm not chasing. I've got all the time in the world. Bring it back, and maybe I'll be interested down here. So that's the dynamic of why price goes up and down. People get greedier. They're like, oh, not fearful. No, I'm not going to chase that. I'll wait for it to come in. And then you wait, and then the green tick comes, and people start getting greedy again, and then they don't want to chase. And it was getting really close to, hey, there's our 50-day moving average. Why did I have a sell? I wanted to thin out of some of my Hertz. I mentioned earlier I had a sell level at 299. We got as close as 294 before Bill Ackman went on microphone and said he sold, which brought it down. It needed a breath of fresh air, and so that was the catalyst that did it. I'm not concerned. If it comes back up again, I might sell some again, or I might consider that was test number one, and now I'm ready for a breakout now that it's tested it and pulled back. But another example, perfect example of stocks that are downtrending, giving a nice weekly push for a week, 5 days. They get to that declining 50-day moving average, and it's just a net. There's just nowhere to go. Right on. How does anchored VWAP differ from regular VWAP? It's a good question. Regular VWAP is going to be today's VWAP. So understand the reason it's there. If you're a billion-dollar hedge fund and you give an order to some order desk to say, buy me 500,000 Oracle or 500,000, Hertz, let's call it. At the end of the day, if the order desk got him in pieces, 10 chunks, 10,000, 50,000, 20,000, got him in chunks, and at the end of the day, his average price is at or below the value weighted average price. That is the metric, the benchmark for how the stock trading desks did. And if he worked that order and got him in 500,000 shares at or below the VWAP for today, he's going to get a lot of business in the future. If they gave it to a firm that came back and they were well above the anchored the VWAP for the day, they would never see another ounce of business. And so that's why you get the big guys don't want to chase stock either. They've got stock to buy, but they can't be buying too far away from the VWAP. So that's an intraday phenomenon. The anchored VWAP is what Brian showed me. If I go back to XE, he said, hey, you might want to anchor it from a point in time. And an IPO is probably one of the most pure anchors that you can put, which shows me that at this point right here, everybody started becoming underwater. And now everybody gets back to a point where the average crowd, the masses are basically even again. You'll have some people saying, I'm just glad to be back to even, just get me out. And a lot of pressing and changing and rearranging. But this is acting just like the 50-day SMA. Ironically enough, EXE, it stopped this day at the 850 and didn't pull back. It just blasted right through. And so it wanted to get up here pretty badly. It was probably shooting for this anchored VWAP all along. But you're anchoring off of a point in time. You can anchor off earnings. You can anchor off year to date, January 1st. You can anchor off the IPO date. Or you can anchor off a wild low, like you could go to Oracle and say, everybody that bought this low in Oracle down here, they're now above the anchored VWAP. So the anchor is just a point in time. That's all it really means. You're anchoring it to a significant point in time, which is usually a reversal low, a reversal high, a gap, something like that. All right. I think I got all your questions. I'm all talked out. Dry.
Sounds like a good segue for you to leave
Yep.
to your meeting.
Yeah, gotta go get a drink.
Okay.
Dry mouth.
All right, Steve.
All right.
Thank you.
See you
We'll
later.
see you next week.
Yes.
Okay, bye. All right, guys, I think I'm back in both rooms audio wise. Just give me a couple of moments as I get my music going again. And get rid of the announcement. All right, back. Now, Monica, how about that BYSI? I mean, I did not take this, and unfortunately, it was on my break. I saw it come in at $1, and man, what a move up to $1.36 pretty steadily. In fact, yeah, I mean, before it pulled back at all on that red bar, and then so from $1 to $1.32 in a basically a straight line. What a great run. Oh, she's gone? Oh, okay. Well, anybody who wants to listen to me. Okay. BYSI was a tremendous run. All right, guys. Now, the FGI, I thought I did pretty well on it. But in all fairness, I was going to be taking my break, but man, oh man, oh man, did it ever rip. Now, I know it's pulled back now, but what an absolute rip. I carved out about 90 cents right here, in and out so quickly, and then man, up to $20. Unbelievable. What a reversal for HLIT, though. You guys, I know we're talking about HLIT earlier, but what a reversal now. I might have to resurrect. Somebody asked. Well, I was showing this to somebody in our YouTube room, but I might have to resurrect this for a while. The my reversal gap continuation or reverse. I'll have it on my other monitor for a bit, just to sort of take a look to see what sort of alerts we're getting. This is a gap down and reversal. Lifeway, LWAY. It's on my homepage. The gap continuation or reversal scan. It's on my homepage. And I see the market is trying to rebound again a little bit, right at the VWAP. The SPY, anyway, the SPY right at the VWAP. Actually, a little bit of a disconnect in the market. I'm just noticing now the Dow's down a little, but the SPY and the Qs are up. So a little bit of a disconnect. So-called value versus growth stocks. Okay, BGIN was halted and now just resumed. Begin. Blockchain. Okay. Other low. Actually, it's not a low float, but there's no volume out of Singapore, right? Singapore, and no volume, though. 145,000 shares. Now, it may pick up. Well, some major reversals here, guys. Another one that gapped up and reversing. That's Jack. Ooh, DF. Now this one is on the move here. DFSC. DFSC is on the move through the. I mean, it already had. I saw this. It was just as I was on my break, towards the end of my break, and I saw this little move here. Now we're getting a bigger move for DFSC, and the volume. You see how the volume is coming in. The high today was 359. All right, FGI just halted again and on the way down. Okay, on the way down. Hey guys, the SPY now is challenging the View app. You see that purple line right there, challenging it. Will it pop through, or will that act as resistance? Well, another one that gapped up and reversed. A lot of gap up and reversals today. Gap up and reverse. BRSL. So this one from our AI has been pretty good. This OPRX, this was an, I don't think I saw this one before. I know it, I saw it in our AI, but I didn't really think much of it. And then came into the VWAP and moved higher. This is an earnings play, OPRX. I don't know what this is. AHT, the trust fund. Okay, I don't even. I bet it didn't even load into. Yeah, it did not load into Interactive Brokers. So, William, what are your plans for today, if any? I'm talking about the room, of course. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely having a nice recovery. The high right there was 5. High yesterday, hard to see, but it looks like, 640. So it's above the high of yesterday now. Okay. All right. So, guys, if you want the room to remain open after I leave, I'm going to leave around 2 o'clock or always later if there are questions. Then, keep the room flowing in terms of questions, posts, etc. Otherwise, when I leave, I have to shut the room down. All right, guys. So I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today. All right, so clicking on my homepage link at the top, as always, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can use my promo code Barry15. You'll get 15% off the first month only, of a Trade Ideas subscription, or of course the entire year. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future or now, please use my code. The reason being, the company tracks the use of the codes. They see my code being used often enough. They don't mind keeping these rooms free. I am moderating a YouTube room and the main room here, the trading room right here. Trading room is free, so if you're in YouTube right now and want to come into a way more active room, you can come into the trading room, and it is free. This room is also open at around 7 o'clock Eastern time in the morning, so you can come into the room and interact with other traders during the pre-market. I don't do it. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so I don't get on. I get on the mic at about 9 to 9:15. It's 6 o'clock my time. And if you keep scrolling down, Steve, who was in the YouTube room, I don't know if he talked about it at all, but he's the originator of the trades of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education. Getting started with Trade Ideas. This is the first thing which is mandatory that you do if you just take out a subscription. If you don't have a subscription, here's what I would do. Start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea about what we're capable of doing. It may or may not be what you want. But if you want to try us out, you can just try us out for a month. And if you don't like it, just unsubscribe, okay? But I would do this first. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you, new traders. 15 free videos. And last, if you're looking for some of my scans, you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. So this race is the biggest gainers from the start of the race is right here. Upside versus downside movers here. Pulse resumes is down here. And then kind of two versions of the daily trend reversals. This is just the don't repeat version. This is the DR. That's why it says DR there. What that means is I'm only going to see the alert one time. So for instance, when you look at the BYSI, the alert happened at 11:53 at $1. But you can see what happened is every time it made a new high, you kept getting a real-time alert. So why do I do this? So I can go back and say, well, what happened from that alert? Sometimes, I might miss something and I click on it and it really hasn't moved. So there's still maybe an opportunity to get into the trade. Or I like using this as a watch list. Now I decided I have my gap continuation or reversal scanner on my other monitor. I decided to open it just to see what's happening with it. Some very interesting alerts, especially the gap up and reversals. But I do have other scans that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. So any questions about any of the scans or anything else Trade Ideas related, please don't be shy, ask. You mean do I put auto stops in? Tokes? So you're talking about putting an auto? I don't put auto stops if that's what you mean. I mean, I know where my stop is. I do everything manually, but I know where my stop is going to be. But it's a mental stop. But it's a mental stop. But I really obey it. I can do that because I'm not in too many trades at the same time. Rarely am I in more than two. Most of the time, I'm just in one trade. So easy enough for me to. What you don't see is I have on my other monitor, if I'm in a trade, I have that on a chart. So I'm always watching. But I know what my stop is. Well, again, when you say set, I mean you can put auto stops in your broker's platform. You can say, okay, get me out at this price. I mean, but I don't do that. And whether it's a limit or a market order, it really depends on the spread. I mean, most of the time, I would say that using interactive brokers, there's a little feature. There's a little feature called mid, and so if the spread isn't that great, maybe it's a. I mean, right now, say if I wanted to buy Arco, I mean, the spread is fine. I could go in. I could go in and market, obviously, right here. Okay, but if the spread is really terrible, I just don't. I just back off. I mean, I don't take the trade at all. But let's just say this spread here was 15 cents, okay? But I really liked it for some reason. I can tell it to find me a try to fill me in between. It's not necessarily halfway in between, but with interactor brokers. But I'm always doing this manually. Well, actually, John, it doesn't matter. The trade of the week is free whether you're a customer or not, and nobody. Uh, this is a free room. Anybody can come in. It's a free room. You don't have to be a Trade Idea subscriber. So, but the trade of the week is free also. On Monday mornings, if I can remember, I can, I can try to remember if I can put it. William does that a lot, I think. No, I don't know if he actually puts it in, but maybe I can, if I can remember. Yeah, I don't know why. So, and it's people's individual systems. It's really crazy. I know what you mean. The email issue, you sign up for it and you don't get it. And even though you've checked your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, there you go. So William always puts the alerts in for the trade of the week. Where do you put them, William? In the general market, or maybe I could put it in my home page though, or but we always tell people check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could be there. Yeah, I should be able to remember. I mean, I just got so much going on for me, trying to scramble to get into the room, between 9 and 9:15. I mean, I know it seems crazy, it's just one more thing, but if you saw what I've got to do before I even just trade idea stuff, before I've got to do a lot of things just before that, and I think you understand what's happening. So this is a gap down and reversal play, ADIG. Now, Art W, has it run away yet? No, it hasn't. Art W has not run away. Over, I thought this was it over the view app, but that's a SPY, of course. Right at that next high. Now, listen, if it can take that out, it's got room. Okay, so that's a high right there at 294, and the next high on a daily chart is way up here at 4. So there is room if it can get over 3. I'm going to put a price alert a little over $3. I want to see it take out the whole number. We'll get over the whole number. If I get a trigger, doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. I just want to know if it gets over 3, and then I can start making my mind. Is it something I definitely still want to trade? And it's probably a low float. Yeah, but here's the problem. No volume. I mean, the volume, look at the relative volume, almost 8. And the volume is only 167,000 shares. So that means that this is trading 8 times normal what it would normally do. And it's only 167,000 shares. So probably not worth it. Geo, prison stock on the way down. Not an earnings play. What was the other one? CXW. Yeah, so they're both sliding away right now. CXW and Geo. Yeah, I've always been like that, gold mine. It's not just because I'm moderating a trading room. I've never been one to be in like 5 or 6 stocks at the same time. Never, never, never. And I don't feel the need to trade. Also, I mean, there's some I know who just they've got to be in a trade. They have to be in a trade all day, and not necessarily the same one. But they have to be in some trade all day. I mean, I've had 3 trades today. The first one, the CLOIM, did not work. That was from my AI, did not work. The PESI on the short worked okay, and then a very, very, very quick scalp on the FGI. But none of them, but all were separate. I mean, I didn't have them all at the same time. I'm not sure why this is showing up here. This BBBY. It's a warrant, but it's more the price. Hmm. Yeah, this should not be showing up. It should be a minimum of 50 cents. It's kind of strange. All right, guys. Well, getting kind of slow now. Not getting too many new alerts. It's crazy, crazy. Bed Bath and Beyond warrants. This in this configuration will not load into Interactive Broker. So I'm not sure. Not sure what's going on here. The reason I say that is that it seems to be 34 cents, but it seems to be trading. So I don't know what's going on. It's sort of stuck right there. Now, if you're talking about the candles, we have We have a different way of assigning the colors to the candles, okay? I can't remember exactly how it is, but it might be different from other charting programs, if that's what you're talking about. You're not talking about the price, though. I don't have a daily, well, I guess I could put one here. Daily. I have one interactive broker's chart. Well, that I can't answer. I don't know the body. Remember, I'm using bar charts. That I can't answer. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 1:22. Well, got another 40 minutes or so. Yeah, I mean, if it's something like that, I just would have no idea why. You'd have to look. Yeah, I have no idea why what you're saying is happening. All right, SOS, guys, SOS, hanging over a dollar. Yeah, but looking left, it looks like there could be some near-term resistance. The MSGY did not do anything, I don't think. No. Well, SpaceX certainly had a nice bounce off 140, guys. SPCX, nice bounce off 140. You can see, look at that monthly, sorry, right here. Yeah, nice sort of, well, just got down a little bit below 140, but kind of the 140 level held. Now, is it going to be trapped between 140 and the VWAP? Right there is the VWAP, or 142. Are we going to have, a trap? Is it going to get stopped at the VWAP and then move back down? It did. Definitely did have a nice bounce off the 132 also, Rich, yes. Yeah, so this is a pretty low float, this OPRX. It's only 18 million in the float. Pretty good one from our AI. Ah, I did not know that Scion, very choppy though, but Scion was from our AI also. Reentry price is 643. This is so weird. I mean, this just won't chart. I mean, it says it's been stuck at 34 cents. This BBBBY plus, sort of a warrant. It's so weird that this is showing up here in the scan, but it sort of loads in the chart, but not really, because that's just been stuck at 34 cents. So you guys are talking about Yeti, okay? Yeti is the earnings play today, one of the earnings plays today. So you're talking about, yeah, getting stuck at the VWAP right now. Well, this is the reason. I mean, if you want to know the reason, shares tumble as its insulated water bottles continue to lose ground. I mean, that's the headline. Aren't the go-to hydration solution anymore, having lost market to trendier brands such as Owala and Stanley. Dragged on demand and hurt sales. So, I mean, this is the, this is the press. This is from them. Makes perfect sense, William. This is just my Interactor Brokers headline. Okay. The Dow Jones, I guess Dow Jones. I mean, this is just Dow Jones Trader News, but this is just from my Interactor Brokers headline. Just looking to see, Yeti posts lackluster inline second quarter sales, earnings that are well ahead of expectations, even without the benefit of tariff refunds. But there's got to be a but somewhere. I'm not trying to, talk you out of holding it at all. Aha, this was my early short, and it is now making another new low. I'm not in it anymore. Do I want to get back in it? Let's see now. There is room, $17. Do I want to get back in it? What's the spread like? That's a dime. Well, let's see. What do I have? I have the Corksicle. That's my thermos. My water thermos. Nope. Water thermos, Pepe. I haven't. I would never lie to you. I haven't had ever since I said I'm not going to drink it anymore, or I thought I try it without. I haven't had a. I haven't had. I have about 8 of them in my fridge. It'll be probably the year 2030, Rich. I don't think we're ever going to have a challenge again. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, it's been years though since we've had a test drive or a challenge. Now, let me try to figure out what the heck you just said there, William. Did you say that you would drink less? The same amount is not anymore? I have not had anything other than water for about 3 weeks now. So it's not a matter of drinking less of them, it's cut it out, if that's what you mean. Okay. All right, all right, all right. I see what you're doing. The thing is you're splitting any more into 2 words as opposed to any more. William, you are bored. So this was a fairly late one also. The hut G, we typically do not get too many. The bulk of these daily trend reversals are in the first hour, and that's where the bulk of them come. And after that, it's usually not too many. I see this hut G. Boy, this is the 2 times long. My goodness. I mean, this was up at, so hut G. So the stock itself has got to be down at, well, a little over, but 6.5%. The stock meaning hut. What are these warrants coming in here for? I don't understand. Well, I mean, I understand they're meeting the filter values, but don't often see this. Well, guys, if you think SpaceX is going to continue, so SpaceX is probably coming right. The stock itself is probably coming into. Let's see how close that is. There's the VWAP for the 2-time long, and let's see how close that is to the VWAP of the stock. So the stock, yeah, basically right at the VWAP right now. Okay. So if you thought it was going to continue, plenty of volume, 36 million. You get double the move. But it is coming right into the VWAP. $29.44 is what we have. Say $29.50, $29.44. That's the VWAP for JD. So yeah, $29.19. Nice little move on volume. Kind of out of, I wouldn't call it, well, it's sort of consolidation. So nice move on volume. See the little volume bar right there. I'm going to do something here. Well, here's maybe an interesting one. So the VCYT, obviously on a monthly chart, it's got a ton of room underneath. The daily chart, there's the low there, which is 43.09. So it's a little bit below that low. On the weekly chart, let's take a look at the weekly chart. That's probably that 43.05, and then 39.05. So this one is interesting. It has room if it can get down below 43. Certainly on the weekly chart, certainly on the monthly chart. And that is for the VCYT. Man, a little break here now for CRMD. CRMD, a little breakdown. It's through the 200-day, way up here. Lots of room underneath. It's an earnings play. It's positive for the day, but it's fading. What is the daily trend? Okay, you can have it, by the way, Ruslan. What it looks for, let's take a look at one here. Boy, this would have been still nice to. So, what it looks for, I'm just going to use PESI as an example. So, anything in yellow is a suggestion to short, anything in powder blue, a suggestion to go long. Forget these little ones. I don't know why they're showing up. These are warrants, but take a look at PESI. This is what it's looking for. It's looking for stocks that were up yesterday. So there's the daily candle yesterday. They had to close at least 5% up. Okay. So when the close, it was 5% up. And you can see obviously that was the case because there's where it closed and there's where it closed the day before that. So this was up at least 5% yesterday. And then it's reversing today. And it has to be, most of them are going to be well more than 1% down. But it has to be at least 1% down. Also has to be below the low of the previous day. That's what it's looking for. So looking for a daily reversal, big day, the day before, a sell off today, as an example. Okay. Whereas if I look at, let's take a look at one of the ones that is, it's hard to see because these are cheap stocks, but yeah, so sort of. Well, I mean, they all meet all the filter requirements. Okay, so this one was down at least 5% yesterday. FFAI down at least 5% yesterday, and it's up. And again, it has to be a minimum of 1%. They're all going to be probably a lot more than that. So it's up today and also above yesterday's high. So like a reversal. Well, you can find it on my homepage. Just something I created. Okay, so it's not in Trade Ideas as such. But if you go to my homepage link, I'm talking to Ruslan in our YouTube room. So if you go to my homepage link and you scroll down, you get to the scan section. So now I've only got one. This is the don't repeat version. Now, why I have this is because I can go back in time. You notice here the PESI. You're going to see it over and over again every time it made a new low. This actually was one that came in at 1856 at 1017. That was the first alert. So I like to have that so I can go back and say, well, what happened from there? Or sometimes it hasn't moved much. So maybe I miss one and I click on it and say, oh, great, it hasn't moved yet. But that's what the DR stands for. This is the version that you would have, okay, from here, from the daily trend reversals right here. Okay. Do you know how to load? You know how to? Okay, good. I'm going to ask you if you know what to do when you see the link and how to, get it onto your screen. Don't forget to save it. Okay, if you want it, don't forget to save it. So you don't have to do this every day. Yeah, you can save the scan. Make sure you save the scan itself, and then if you want to incorporate it as part of your layout, just keep it there and then save your layout. But at least save the scan, so you don't have to do this every day. You too. All right, guys. That's wow, 146. So I've got about 14 minutes left, unless there are questions. Okay, I love to get questions. So if you have a question, I'll always stay later if there are questions. Really, you're going to do three-ish? Okay. Yes, CRMD guys, CRMD. I'm testing this today. Now this is really late. I mean, this is on the gap. This is the gap up and reverse. Probably would have had that alert back here if I'd loaded. I'm gonna have this one loaded for tomorrow. Come on, give me just a little. Get into the 70s, and I'll be happy. I'm just looking at this as a little scalp of some sort. I'm a little reluctant to go large in one of these just because it's still up for the day. I mean, it is up a lot for the day, so there is still some positivity about it, as opposed to something that had gapped up and then was reversed, but it was very negative. Probably should take it off right now. I'm just looking to see Here's yeah. I don't know. I might take it off. It's all I watch when I'm in a trade, guys. I just watch it's my time and sales from Interactive Brokers, see how fast it's trading. Of course, I got the bid ask. No short. CRMD, I'm short. Came from this scan, okay? The gap up in reverse. So anything in yellow is a suggestion to short. Anything in not too many. Now I loaded this very late. I loaded this at 11:25. Not too many, but most well, except for the FGI, which was a gap up and go. But other than that one stock, most of them are shorts, except for that one stock. You could say the same, I suppose. The Pepsi is a short, but it's one stock. But I seem to see more yellow than green. Okay, let's see. Okay, guys, let's see. ENHA. Let's see what this one is doing. Cheap one. Okay. How about this looks like this has got to be long for Sophie, right? Yeah, long Sophie. And SoFi. Okay, so that's a long, 2 times long. What's the volume like? Good. Spread, good. Only a penny. Again, this is a company ETF. 2 times long. So Sophie, the stock must be up about 2.8%. That'll be double. So, for instance, I mean, this is an earnings play. PESI is an earnings play. So, well, I shouldn't say obviously, but if it finishes down 5% today, at least, actually, but yeah, the likelihood, because for it to show up on the reversal scan, it would also have to not just be up for the day, but it would also have to take out that high right there, 2081. Could. I find that the ones that come out of this upside versus downside movers seem to be just really fairly orderly type trades. I mean, fairly orderly on the way down, little consolidation, now another leg down. Hmm. So 1094, a little breakdown there, but why would I not take it? Because look left. Is looking left, and even down here, 1070. Now, if it took out 1070, I have to watch this one tomorrow. If it takes out 1070, which is not that far away, just stick a price alert in that area. See if it triggers. Because if it does, then the next low down here is 874. Boy, TPR is really giving it up now. Earnings play, Tapestry. This is an earnings play, really starting to give it up again. It got close to the 200-day moving average on when it bounced. Or maybe that wasn't a bounce. Wow, I mean, this is $25. Well, if you're going to play Lunar, Lunar is Trade Ideas promotional in our YouTube room. Yeah, it has earnings. Well, it is an earnings play now, isn't it? Oh, it isn't. Yes, it is an earnings play now. Yes, it's barely positive. A lot to do, of course, with SpaceX. Not specifically that it's tied in specifically, but just the sector. That's when went crazy until the SpaceX IPO. The high yesterday, it's approaching it, 1731. So the high today was 1720. I think it would have to take out that high also. Did it really? Did that go back down? You're talking about NBIS. Oops. Come on, get into the 70s. Mid 70s, I'd be happy for the CRMD. I'm short it. Wow, no kidding. No kidding. Complete reversal from it. Boy, that couple of company ETFs for this one too. SMCI, what for short? I mean, obviously the had a downturn, little pop up, but it looks like it's wanting to go down again. This was an earnings play a couple of days ago. So the SPY now is just kind of, give me a moment. All right, guys, it's 2:02. So I think, well, Sophie was on the move. We saw Sophie, we saw the one of the ETFs for Sophie. Sophie was on the move. But you know what? Like for what though? I mean, you know, you'd be chasing it now. You know, I mean, the idea to have bought it would have been probably more around the VWAP down here. It tried to get through it, came back down through it, popped up again, rested. Then it looked like it was really going to hold the VWAP, and then you know maybe, and then you take it about here. But you know, right now, in my opinion, you're sort of chasing it. Also, I mean, look at the daily chart. I mean, it's just kind of stuck. Weekly chart looking ugly also. I mean, it's, to me, it's just not a, you know, because of the float also 1.2 billion. I mean, it's a good move. Don't get me wrong. That's a great move. Okay, guys. Well, if there are no more questions, I'm going to take off. So William is going to keep the room open till, well, he says maybe till 3, but he might shut it earlier if there are no questions. So YouTube, I do have to shut down. But I will keep my, so if you want to come over to the main room will be open until 3. So if you're in YouTube right now and you still want to interact with other traders until 3 o'clock, just click on my homepage link, and here it is, the trading room, free also. So I have to end the stream in YouTube, okay? Because I cannot, I don't have anybody moderating it. So I have to end this stream in YouTube. So YouTubers, we'll see you tomorrow at around 9 o'clock, sometime between 9 and 9:15. That's when I'll get on the mic. So I'm going to end that stream.